Good evening, everyone. My name is Julianne Hirsch, Chair of the Select Board. I would like to call the Select Board meeting for October 20th, 2025 to order at, time is it? 6:31 p.m. Thank you. This meeting is being conducted in accordance with the provisions of the open meeting law. It is being streamed live and recorded. So I see that we have some participants online already, and I would just ask that if you wish to speak, just raise your electronic hand, please, and the host will invite you in. Okay. All right. So before we begin, I will identify the people at the board table. We have Jacob Jones, Jonathan Ray, Mike Tejan, Laura Zeiton, and myself. So, first on the agenda, as usual, is public comment. Is there anyone who would like to offer a public comment at this time? Mr. Hutchins, even though we know you, would you please identify yourself and your address?
Morning, Board of Select, or morning. Good evening.
Not yet.
Good evening.
My name is Aaron Hutchins. My address is 91 Brigham Street. And tonight I rise to make two comments. The first is I want to say that the town of Northborough should be very proud of the dog park that it has recently opened. It is a phenomenal park that is head and shoulders above others in the area. I visited it Saturday, and there was not a parking space to be found. So I hope that we're able to sustain the traffic that's going to be coming to that park. The second comment relates to a letter I sent your board 2 weeks ago and to the town administrator about the news brought to light by Mr. Jones in the September Fire Station Building Committee. And that is that the town has expended now $1 million in contaminated soil mitigation on the parcel of land being developed for the new station. The same land that was declared contamination-free during the 2024 special town meeting. Last month, in that Fire Station Building Committee meeting, there was comments made relative to knowledge that the land was still contaminated. And so my letter to you, and now my follow-up public comment, pertains to what this board intends to do to address that. I have it on good information that at this month's meeting of the FBS committee, it's going to be revealed that the mitigation costs have now reached $2 million. And if that is true, that is $2 million of borrowed money that we pay back over the course of 30 years. With interest, that amount will have ballooned to what, 8 million? So I ask you, as the governing body in this town, what you're intending to do to look into the fact that we have expended $2 million to remediate soil that was communicated to the town as being contaminant-free on the night that station was approved. You have held 4 meetings since October 6th, the date of my letter, including tonight, and not one of your agendas raises this issue. As the governing body in this town, I am astonished by this. Has anyone contacted town council relative to any legal recourse the town might have relative to the mitigation work allegedly completed prior to the purchase? Are you intending to make inquiries with anyone who represented that the land was contaminant-free? This project has wasted, my word, wasted $2 million of borrowed money on mitigation. And as a tax-paying resident, I want to know what this elected body is going to do about it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Criticism accepted. I think so Mr. Jones has requested that we have that on a future agenda, and it will probably be next meeting. And in the meantime, we're trying to put together the information of how this all, the timeline of how all this communication went out. So thank you very much for your comment. Anyone else? Okay, then we will move on to BJ's. So this is a request to, oh no, I'm sorry, minutes. Sorry, I apologize. Okay, so the next is to approve the minutes of October 6th. Does anyone have any changes or amendments? I have one, or actually two, on page 5. It's just missing in the first bold paragraph. It should say Member Zeiton seconded the motion. We're missing a word there. But also, at the bottom where it says request to accept the Assistance to Firefighters grant, it says Chair Hirsch noted this item would be deferred to a future meeting. We need to erase that. Anyone object to those corrections? Anyone have any other corrections? Okay, then, is there a motion to accept the motions as amended?
Madam Chair, I move that the board vote to approve the meeting minutes of October 6, 2025 as amended.
Second?
Seconded, motion made by John, seconded by Laura. Any other discussion? All those in favor, this can be a hand vote. Passes unanimously. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for waiting. Okay, so the next thing will be the BJ's. So this is to consider a change of manager for their all alcohol package store license as submitted by Mormax Corporation, doing business as BJ's Wholesale Club for the premises at 6102 Shops Way. All right.
Good
So, Mr. Serrano,
Good evening.
good evening. So,
I was here in July. I'm attorney for BJ's. I just have a very brief
okay, right.
summary of
Please.
the situation. My name is Neil Mooney, for the record, and representing Mormax Corporation, which does business as BJ's Wholesale Club here in Northborough, and I'm here with the proposed new license manager for the Northborough Club, Mr. Jose Serrano. The application has been filed with the town and I believe is complete. Just briefly regarding Jose's background, that isn't described in full in the application. He's the current club manager at the Northborough BJ's Club. He's replacing Dan Kramer, who you may recall was approved as license manager by this board just this past July. Dan has taken another position with BJ's at a club in Rhode Island, which is closer to home for him. So that's why there was a quick turnover there.
Shuffle.
He had another opportunity and a shorter drive home. So Jose also has extensive retail experience. He's been with BJ's since 2021. He's previously managed BJ's clubs in Quincy, Waltham, and Framingham. For 2 years prior to that, he was a store director at Target. And for 11 years prior to that, he was an assistant store manager for Home Depot. So he has extensive retail experience. He's also TIPS certified here in Massachusetts, and we have copies of his TIPS cert if the board needs it. We also have an updated list of the Northborough Club employees who handle alcohol beverage sales, and they are also all TIPS trained. Jose is very familiar with the alcoholic beverages operations at the club, including security measures. BJ's and I are confident that he's well qualified for this job, and we're happy to answer any questions from the board. Thank you.
any questions? So I need to understand this clearly. You will be for the entire store or the alcohol?
The entire store.
The package? Oh, okay. All right.
And the alcohol, as the ABCC requires, he's also the designated manager for alcohol. He's at the store, well in excess of 40 hours a
Yeah,
week.
I can imagine.
So
Since
he's the
5
best-
a.m. this morning.
He's a good point man for that job.
And I imagine busy season is coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Fun season.
so you've been with this store since 21?
No, I've been in this location for 4 weeks now.
Oh, okay. All right, well, welcome to Northborough.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Any other,
No question, sorry.
Jacob, did you have a question?
Just my normal thing.
Yes,
If
please.
I may. Welcome, thank you. I plan to support this, but I give every of our alcohol permit holders the same spiel, so not picking on you. My most recent information suggests that Massachusetts-wide, we may be a little higher than average on the increase in alcohol-related injuries on the roads. Not a trend that I like to see. And so I ask all of our alcohol license holders to, of course, take the conditions of your permit and all the applicable regulations seriously, and I know you will. But that's obviously injuries that are related to anything, but in this case, alcohol are certainly of concern to me, so please help us out.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
All right, well, if there are no other questions or comments, is there a motion to accept this application?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move that the board vote to approve the application for a change of manager as submitted by Mormax Corporation, DBA BJ's Wholesale Club, for their all-alcoholic package store license for the premises located at 6102 Shops Way.
Second.
Motion made by Mike, seconded by Laura. Any other discussion? Then all in favor, raise your hands, please. Passes unanimously. Well, welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Look forward to
Thank
seeing
you
you
for your
there.
time.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Madam Chair, just to really
Yes.
quickly, it may be that not for you guys, someone in the participants might not have the hand shown up to be able to raise their hand, possibly, who maybe wanted to do a public comment.
Well, I think Adriana is representing the business on Main Street, right?
Yes.
And there were two other people beforehand. Here. Oh, okay. Thank you. If you can, let me know anytime
Okay.
you see a hand up. I appreciate that. Okay, so then we will move on to Tropical Smoothie Cafe. And this is also at Shops Way. And this is a request. Am I jumping ahead?
No, you're correct.
Okay. A request to consider a common victualler license application as submitted by Northborough Tropical LLC, doing business as Tropical Smoothie Cafe for the premises located at 9114 Shops Way. Is anyone online representing?
Gentleman right there on the screen.
Let me. Are you able to unmute?
Yep.
Yep, there you go.
Hello.
Okay.
Welcome.
Can you just state your name and tell us a little bit about the business that you are going to open?
It's Kumal Patel. I'm gonna be owner and the manager at the 9114 Shops Way, Tropical Smoothie Cafe in the Northborough.
Okay, so this is a franchise, correct?
Yes.
There's a lot of them, it says 1,400 locations across the U.S.
Yes.
And in this region, are you the first, or?
So mine is the first, but he's my partner also. So he owns another 6 cafe in Massachusetts.
Okay, all right, and we have other people on the screen, but I think that that's the next one. Okay, all right, so I just have a question for the town manager, the acting town manager. Where it says the workman's comp. That's kind of a new format for me. That means that you've already seen all of those things?
Yes.
Okay.
That's part of the paperwork that they need
Okay.
to submit.
And could you just, tell us, 25 employees, that's, like, how big of a restaurant do you think this is going to serve?
So the franchisee, like their requirement, like 25 to 30 employees. Once we starting, and then if it's getting busy, then we're gonna hire more.
Uh-huh.
But we have to maintain the 25 employees for now. Once we doing the grand opening,
And your hours will be 9 to, or 11 to, what time?
7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Okay, and it looked to me, I looked it up online, and it looks to me like opening day will be Friday? When will opening day be?
So was it the 24th October was the opening date? But we are getting backward. Like we haven't. my fire department inspection is on October 22nd. So we didn't get a permit to like the cook or train the employee. So we pushed back on November 3rd for the opening date for our customers.
Okay, all right. All right, questions, comments from the board?
I want a smoothie.
I know.
So just so I'm clear, are we still pending one inspection then? It sounds like October 22nd possibly?
Yes, fire inspection is on 22nd, but we got a building inspection is done.
Okay.
And the health inspection is pre-opening health inspection is done.
Thank you.
So we're waiting on that.
It sounds like we, Madam Chair, perhaps we approve pending the
Pending, right.
final inspection
Okay.
by the fire department, potentially?
I recommend that, yep.
Okay, so Laura, that,
Yep.
okay. All right, any other comments?
We're excited to have you here. Looking forward to trying the smoothies.
All right, is there a motion to accept this application?
Madam Chair, I move that the board vote to approve the application for a common victualler license as submitted by Northborough Tropical LLC DBA Tropical Smoothie Cafe for the premises located at 9114 Shops Way pending the final inspection.
Second.
Motion made by Laura, seconded by Mike. All in favor, raise your hands. Congratulations, and we'll see you on opening day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right. So next is a restaurant opening on Main Street, also a healthy menu, correct? Let's see. So next on the agenda is a request to consider, oh, okay, wait a second. We're taking this, I'm jumping ahead. Wait, where?
I think we're on 5. Your request to consider a common victualler license for Northborough Nutrition Hub.
Yep, number 5.
Oh, I have.
It was in
the
the agenda.
old-
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, please.
So it's a request to consider a common victualler license application as submitted by Northborough Nutrition Hub for the premises located at 56 West Main Street for a discussion and possible vote.
Thank you. Okay,
problem.
and this is
Sorry.
Adriana Rodriguez is going to present this?
Yes, hi.
Hi. Okay, so can you tell us a little bit about your restaurant?
So we're a healthy smoothie, like a protein shake shop. We do energy teas, we do protein smoothies, but we're also a hub for the community. We do wellness evaluations. We help people with weight management issues. We do community events, all kinds of things like that.
Okay, and this will be in the Pierce Street Plaza, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions or comments?
Just enjoyed meeting both of you at Apple Fest and trying your smoothie, so I'm glad to see you here tonight.
Ah, thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you. We
Appreciate that.
really loved Apple Fest. It was a
Great turnout.
great turnout, yeah.
And you have 2 other businesses? Is it,
So so I'm the mom-in-law.
Hi.
This is my daughter-in-law.
hi.
My daughter has one in Worcester on Park Ave, and my son,
My husband.
Adriana's husband, has one in Framingham. So they're not our businesses, but we're a family.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay, so very good. You've got some experience, right?
Yes,
Yes.
yeah.
Years.
I have 37 years.
Wow, very good. Okay, so if there's no further questions, is there a
Just
motion?
One
Yes,
just
Jacob.
kind of clarification question. I think on the street number of the address, whether it's 56 or 60, I don't think it matters. We all know where it is.
You want to
but-
do 56/60?
60, it is, the physical address is 60.
Okay. So if you're looking for it on the street signs, it'll
60,
be 60.
yes.
Okay, great.
Yep. Thanks for clarifying
Okay.
that.
Yeah.
Then is there a motion to accept this application?
They say when, did you say when you'll be opening?
Well,
We're hoping a soft opening
tomorrow.
tomorrow, maybe.
Waste no time.
Not,
Waste
not
no
a grand,
time.
not a grand opening, but a soft opening.
A limited
We're
menu.
still here, we're working.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to welcoming you.
And are you still awaiting any pending inspections, building inspection, fire inspection, anything like
We're
that?
all set.
Okay.
Everything's set.
Great. Madam Chair?
Yes?
I move the board vote to approve the application for a common victular license as submitted by Northborough Nutrition Hub for the premises located at 60 West Main Street.
Second.
Motion made by Jacob, seconded by Laura. All those in favor? You accepted unanimously. Welcome and,
Congratulations.
Thank you.
okay. All right, now I have
I know, it's so good.
the Spark Hilton. Is that what you have on?
Yeah, we sure do.
Do you need an updated agenda, Julie?
Yeah, I do. I don't know how.
Actually, it says, yeah, no, it is Spark by Hilton. Sorry. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi,
Okay, so you're Mr. Patel,
thank you.
and you're seeking to get a victular license at your current location, I guess.
That's correct.
But now it will be Spark by Hilton.
That's correct.
And
Okay.
in holder too, I think it says.
Yes.
In-
Both.
In holder and common vic,
Oh, right, okay.
right?
Thank you very much. Okay, so can you tell us a little bit about the Spark Hilton?
Sure. Good evening, everybody.
Welcome.
My name is Jay Patel. Short name, but that's okay. Spark is a new franchise launched by Hilton about, I think, 18 months ago. Ours will be the second in the Massachusetts.
Oh,
We could have been first, but we have some technical difficulty, but that's okay. It's as you know, when Kathy was here from the town of Shrewsbury in 2019, the bylaws and the town master planning was looking at that area to an upscale hotel. I met, and COVID had derailed our plan. We have submitted it, but long story short, we couldn't finish as a home to by Hilton. So this one will be still a Hilton product, a very nice product, and I will invite when we are ready to open, but go ahead.
No, I was going to say, that's awesome.
No, I just wanted to make sure. As you see, I had promised Laura and Bob and everybody at the town hall that I will dress up the corner. I will make the statement again. It will be much nicer once we open. We still have about 10 days to go. We have scheduled inspection done. We have fire departments really like it. Building inspector is really enjoying it. Board of Health has already given us very good ratings and everything. So we will be, but Hilton, the franchisor, has to have all these licenses in place. That's why I'm here early.
right, okay.
Because if I don't have it, they wouldn't send their team for opening.
Oh, okay.
So that's why I want to get it done. So we are right now scheduled either last week of October, first week of November, and I'm going to have all the scheduled inspection, the final CO inspection. We have a temporary CO from the building inspector, but we will have all those licenses in our hand.
Okay,
And that's but it will be a very good franchise in competing with all these, big Hamptons, the DoubleTrees, and all that we are missing here in Northborough. This will be an upscale hotel, that's for sure.
all right. Any questions, comments?
It looks, oh, yeah. No, I was just going to say, it looks like quite a project so far, and I'm looking forward to having it up and running and seeing this area get really spruced up.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I truly appreciate that. We went through a hell in 8. We went through with the fires and all that, but now we're looking forward. We see the end of the tunnel, and we want to be a good citizen of Northborough
So remind me, how long have you been the owner of that property?
since 2000.
2000. It's a long
We were
time.
competing, we couldn't survive in 8, so we had to downgrade it, and then we wanted to, as in the records, we were met and everything, the design was done, and then COVID hits. If COVID would not have hit, that would have, whole parcel would have been totally new hotels and redeveloped. But unfortunately, where we are.
Well, we're happy. I'm glad you're here, and we're
Thank you.
looking at this today. I didn't mean to cut you off, sorry.
Thank you. So I'm feeling in support of this. I have been to some of the Spark and Home2 products in Arizona. When I go back to visit there, I see them. They seem like a very good product, so excited with your development, and thank you for making this, these improvements to this property. I did have one question. This isn't going to change my decision here, but I do sit on some committees that are working on improving our trail access in town. And one of the trails that they're wanting to add connectivity is through that section that may go behind your property. And my question would be, how would we best be able to approach you if there was because it seems maybe mutually beneficial to increase access by your tenants to other things through a trail or.
Whenever you're ready, just stop by or call us, and we'll
Right.
be more than happy to work with you.
Okay, great.
We'll be more than happy to work with you.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of excitement for adding trail connectivity, and of course, we want to always be respectful to the private property owners, but in this case, it seems like hotel residents may want to be able to access a bike trail or
It
something.
adds value to the town, right? And then add values to the town. We have other locations in Sturbridge as a Holiday Inn Express. We are also the owner of Hampton Inn in Auburn. They all gives us a very high ratings, and we are also community-driven people. So we will, if we can be very helpful to the community, we are absolutely there for that.
Thank you.
All right, well,
One question,
Yeah.
Madam Chair. Yeah, no, I think this is great to have this kind of product, up and running in Northborough. I know previously with the Motel 6, like before the fire, there were some concerns about some police activity at the hotel. I was wondering if you could touch on any sort of differences in like security or surveillance that'll be in this hotel as opposed to maybe the previous after all this work.
Absolutely, it's a good question, Michael. It will have 60 CCTV cameras fully installed. All the exterior doors, just like that, has a key control. So if the guest walks in and Jacob has an experience, you have a key. You register with the guest, that key will open as long as you are stayed. As soon as you're checked out at the front desk, the key becomes deactivated. It's an electronic surveillance system, basically. We will know who used this key. We can trail it, we can trace it, we have answers, all those things that. Also, I might add, being a Hilton, all those guests that we used to have will be no longer be able to afford it to stay.
Right.
It's a way different league. It's just like if you are Red Sox and New York Yankees, and you have, I'm just giving you.
Well, they both got eliminated.
No,
so-
I understand that, but I'm just saying that's the league, whether you are in a higher league, whether there's a lower league.
Right. And that's not to say everything has to be a Ritz-Carlton,
Exactly.
right? I mean, you got to have value hotels and places people can afford.
Absolutely, but I just wanted to, explain in so anybody listening to the town hall and the residents can appreciate what we have done and what we have gone through it, to be honest with you. The other thing is, the guests also have a very good relationship because they are all 85% of the guests they were staying, they are either Hilton members or they are all other clubs members. So there will be a lot more track record. The most important things is we don't take any cash at the check-in. We have changed that, so it will be all at the checkout. So people can pay because cash is illegal, but they have to have a credit card that is, has a value that they can afford it. So we will have the authorization done, and at the checkout, we can exchange whatever they wants to do it.
Okay, all right, thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, no problem. No, I'm here to do that. Like we says in my opening remarks, my family wants to be the best citizen of the town.
All right, thank you.
thank you, Mr.
That's
Patel.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions?
I just, I'm going to recommend that, again, with the motion, add pending final inspections.
Okay, John, I think that's maybe
That's me.
yours. Okay, if there are no further comments, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that the board vote to approve the applications for an inn-holder license and a common victular license as submitted by Shri Jagadamba LLC, all right, DBA Spark by Hilton, for the premises located at 27 Belmont Street, pending final inspections.
Second.
Motion made by John, seconded by Laura. All those in favor? Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Welcome, thank
When we
you.
open, whenever you get a time, I want you to come and visit my hotel. So
Okay.
I want to making sure that you guys see what we have done.
Thank
Let us
you.
know
Can't
when-
wait.
Let
Thank
us know when the
you.
grand opening is.
Yes, sir. Well, we will have soft and then we will have grand opening.
Right, with the one with the cameras. We'll show it to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lovely meeting you. Okay, all right, next on the agenda is Lori. And is Scott with you? Oh, Rick Leaf is with you?
And Scott Ritter should be on the Zoom.
Okay, so this is a presentation by the Beta Group on Blake/Pierce Streetscape Improvement Project. And the first thing we have to do is accept the Complete Streets grant, right?
Sure, you can do that at this time, or you can wait until after the presentation. It's up to you.
Yeah, I think we'll see the presentation first. Everyone's okay with that? Okay.
Ready? Good evening. Thanks for having us here. I'm Rick Leaf. I'm Chair of the Master Plan Implementation Committee, and as you're probably aware, we've been working for a number of years based on input, the master plan that was completed in 2020 that indicated that a significant number of residents in town were interested in improving, beautifying, and making our downtown a more attractive place, a more user-friendly place. That led to the creation of a downtown revitalization plan completed in 2024. And that plan highlighted three impact areas that could be addressed in downtown revitalization, one of which was the area starting where Blake Street comes off of Route 20, heads down to Pierce Street, and then goes down Pierce Street towards Hudson to where the War Memorial Park exists today, and also heads slightly in the direction to where the existing fire station is. And that area was deemed one area that had great potential for improvement and revitalization, especially sort of being north and out of the way of Route 20. And tonight we're going to discuss where we stand in terms of that particular project based on presentations made at town meeting last year, feedback we got after that presentation, and additional work done since then. A focus group was formed of members of different boards and committees in town, as well as business owners and staff people, to work with the consultants to continue to work on the plan. And before you was just a listing of the people that formed the focus group, and we would meet monthly or bi-monthly to discuss the status of the plan. These are just the names of the people representing the Beta Group that have worked on the project, and Scott Ritter, landscape architect, will be working with Lori tonight to make the details of the presentation. Basically, when the master plan was developed in 2020, the area that was indicated as being the greatest interest to people was that of revitalization of the downtown. And you see before you a statement that came from the master plan trying to put into words what residents wanted to see in the downtown area. And basically, that led to the development of the downtown revitalization plan and where we stand tonight in terms of work that could be done on Blake and Pierce Street to start that implementation. So when you look at the picture above you, the pink area shaded is the current scope of the project we're talking about. Just to sort of locate this for you, to the left there is Route 20. So below the pink area is heading eastbound on Route 20. And above is heading westbound, so just above the little point where the pink intersects with Route 20 is where the existing 4 West Main Street is today. And then as you move from left to right, you're moving down Blake Street from Main to Pierce at the end. And as you go down to the bottom there, the pink area is the War Memorial Park. So what Lori and Scott are going to be discussing tonight are plans for work in that particular area. The fire station is a little bit above that, over to the west a little bit of that shaded area, but right now this plan doesn't include anything about the fire station. But it's important to realize that the fire station, once that comes up for a decision as to what to do with that, could play an important role in this whole part of revitalization of this part of town. These are the goals expressed in the plan, and basically, our feeling is that working to improve Blake and Pierce Street will basically address these goals. Parking, as it turns out, there's not going to be an ability to significantly increase parking through this particular project, but no parking will be reduced by this project. And the whole pedestrian flow across this area and the parking of the cars will be improved through the project. So that's kind of a little background on how we got to where we are today. And Lori and Scott will discuss with you now the current status of the project.
All right. Thank you, Rick. So for those who don't know me in the audience, my name is Laurie Connors, and I am the Planning Director for the town of Northborough. So as you may recall from the annual town meeting, the original $2.1 million project scope included new concrete sidewalks with paver edging and granite curb on both sides of Blake Street, 17 decorative pedestrian scale LED streetlights on Blake Street, a new concrete sidewalk with granite curb on Pierce Street, reconstruction of municipal parking lots on both Blake and Pierce Streets, which included new drainage facilities, 14 new street trees, and a variety of improvements to the Pocket Park at the corner of Blake and Main Streets, and the War Memorial Park on Pierce Street. So this is the design that was shown to everybody at town meeting. So, of course, unfortunately, our request for funding was not supported at town meeting. So that meant that we had to re-engage and figure out an alternative plan. So we instructed the Beta Group to reduce the scope of the project and construction costs by approximately $800,000. So the most consequential changes were the elimination of the sidewalk along the east side of Blake Street, reconstruction of the large municipal parking lot, which was originally envisioned, is now off the table. And the number of pedestrian scale streetlights was reduced from 17 to 6. So after these modifications were made to the design, we held a second community outreach meeting on June 30th to get feedback from the public. Taking into account the feedback that was received, the design team from Beta Group advanced the design to the 75%, which is where we are today. So in the meantime, we did have some successes on the funding front. We did receive the Economic Development Earmark in the amount of $30,000 in the spring. I came to you folks and asked you to accept that money and to authorize me to spend that. And then we learned a couple of weeks ago that our application in the amount of just shy of $500,000 was awarded. So we're very excited about that. We can certainly accomplish a good deal with those funds. We did have the disappointment at the annual town meeting, and unfortunately, our grant application for MVP action grant funds in the amount of $756,000 was not awarded. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Scott Ritter from the Beta Group, who's going to walk through the new design. Scott, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Lori. Good evening, all. Just want to let you know that we have two other people from Beta here. Will certainly be available to ask questions after with Darshan Javare and Karen Lewin. Are here, so you can ask them questions afterwards as well. So this is a plan of the revised project scope that Laurie was talking about. This is the Blake Street corridor. Blake Street runs right to left on the screen. The railroad runs below that, a little diagonal line, kind of gray line there on the bottom. Main Street's to the left, and Pierce Street is to the right or to the north. So the work at the Pocket Park, which is in the kind of the lower left of this graphic, has been tweaked slightly to take care of some of the additional parking and sidewalk area around the flagpole and the seating area. And we've also started to look at some of the utility cabinets and how we'll screen those and how they fit into the park. There's a pergola, which is kind of the dark lines just above the Pocket Park line, or Pocket Park text. And that's a seating area with a pergola above, so people can sit on a brick wall and gather and talk and share ideas. And there's a lot of planting between that and the railroad line that we'll talk about a little bit later. Additionally, in this work, you can see the parking lot work to the right of the Pocket Park. Parking parallels the railroad line underneath, and then right against Blake Street is a nice green space with, I think, 3 or 4 trees and a lot of shrub and perennial plantings that'll be in rain gardens. One of the goals in Laurie's slide before, certainly talked about the environmental benefits and trying to get water into the ground and help the drainage situation there. So we have a closed drainage system that works with these rain gardens. On the west side of Blake Street, there's some kind of orange sidewalk work. That's the sidewalk work that's going to happen between the crosswalk going from the parking lot towards 4 West Main, and then heading north along the west side of Blake Street. We can go to the next slide, please. This is Pierce Street running right to left. You see Hudson Street on a diagonal on the bottom right of the screen. And what this graphic is showing is the continuation of the sidewalk along the south side of Pierce Street in the yellow and blue, showing fully accessible ramps and sidewalk up to the railroad crossing, then picking up again on the east side of the railroad crossing. And we've upgraded the parking lot, repaved, done some drainage work. We're showing some trees and a fencing along the right-of-way line to the railroad to try to help keep people within the parking lot, pedestrians not crossing into the railroad right-of-way, but out to the street in the new sidewalks. It makes it much more pedestrian friendly and user friendly there. We're including an accessible parking space, some bike racks, and some other sidewalk up toward the War Memorial. We'll be looking at also trying to put in a couple benches within that existing park, and that just hasn't fully been finalized yet. But those are the main points of the new work.
Thank you, Scott. I just wanted to clarify that the vast majority of the work that is shown on this slide is fully funded by the Complete Streets grant. And on the prior slide, which I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to, maybe I can go backwards.
Could you repeat, sorry, just one more time,
Yeah.
what you just said a second ago, the complete something showed on something slide covered. I heard that part. I was trying to get exactly what you were saying.
Okay, sure. Let me tackle this slide first. So the scope of work that will be paid for with the Complete Streets grant that we have been awarded is on the west side of Blake Street. So this sidewalk is completely funded. Instead of the vertical granite curb, were able to enjoy some savings by going with a monolithic concrete curb. So that's what you see over at the shopping mall. So if you go to Northborough Crossing, that's what they have. It looks just the same as granite for the most part. The benefit is you don't have to worry about weeds in between because it's a single pour. It doesn't have the longevity that vertical granite curb does, so that's the one weakness with going with the monolithic concrete. However, it has longer longevity than if we were to go with the asphalt. So it's kind of a middle of the road solution. So then on the next slide, this sidewalk, these ADA ramps, the sidewalk, the repaving of the parking lot, all of this here, there's a rapid beacon that will be installed here, this new crosswalk with new ADA ramps. All of that is fully funded with the Complete Streets grant.
Well, excuse me.
Sure.
The Complete Street grant, that predates me. Can you give me some more background on that?
Sure. So a few years ago, we became what's called a Complete Streets community. And what that meant is that we went through a prioritization process where we identified projects. Most of them were sidewalk projects, and some of them were bicycle improvement projects. And the whole goal was to, instead of concentrating on access for automobiles, we were looking at all different users, so bicyclists, the needs of pedestrians, in order to make our community more accessible to all. And so during that prioritization process, we identified 25 projects. And the first project on the list was the Pierce Street project. So that was an effort that was done with the select board at a select board meeting, and then the select board ultimately blessed the list, and then that was sent to Mass DOT, and they ultimately approved our plan. And once the prioritization plan was put in place, first step was the adoption of a policy. That made us eligible to for up to $500,000 worth of funding within a 4-year time frame. So both of these projects appeared on that prioritization plan. Like I said, this project was number 1. The Blake Street project was number 12. So.
And so Mass DOT is the grant, gives the grant, state money.
Correct.
And is it restricted, or can we use it on any streets we want in Northborough?
We can only use it for these projects.
For the 25 that we identified?
Yes. So, and they also require that the projects have to be fully designed, so they have to be shovel-ready projects before they'll fund them. So, thankfully, we were able to get the ARPA funds to design this project, which made us eligible to apply for the Complete Streets funding.
Thank you.
If I could just add for a second, when we originally looked at this whole corridor from West Main Street down to Pierce, including the War Memorial Park and this lot and the fire station, one of the things that became very apparent was that this lot is very underused. It's been there for years, it's not in the greatest shape, but it's very little use. One of the reasons is that a lot of people know it's there, and even if they do, there's no easy access from it back to Blake Street. So one of the things we were trying to accomplish with this project was to develop connectivity between this parking lot and Blake Street to make this, to improve the lot itself, the condition of the lot, to put this sidewalk in, to make it easy to get from the lot back to Blake, in anticipation that over time, as businesses develop along Blake Street and as the fire station becomes reused, this lot becomes a usable feature for the town. That although it doesn't increase the number of parking spaces we have, it makes an existing parking lot more usable and more accessible. So that's why this is kind of tied into the scope of the entire project.
All right. So this is a breakdown of where we stand today with this current design. So construction is estimated to be $980,000. We did include a 20% contingency at $196,000, an amount for mobilization, construction oversight, and police and flagger detail. So the sum total is $1,320,400. So how are we going to pay for this? Of course, we did receive ARPA funding in the amount of $250,000. And of course, we received that economic development earmark for $30,000. So as of this date, we will have $65,180 to put towards construction oversight. We have the Complete Streets Construction Grant in the amount of $498,877. And I am interested in applying for a CPA application. That's one of the reasons why I'm here before you this evening, is to ask for a support letter. I am asking to round that figure up to $760,000. So that gives us the sum total of $1,320,400. So now we get to the CPA application, and this portion will focus on this area only. So of course, CPA money can be used for 3 types of projects only. It can be used for open space and recreation, historic preservation, and affordable housing. So this project, of course, is in the open space and recreation category. So what this project would involve is the reconstruction of 11 municipal parking spaces that abut the park. So there are 9 parking spaces right here. And then there are a couple in this area that would be reconfigured, as you saw in the prior slide, and you will see again in a moment. So still interested in installing stormwater mitigation infrastructure, decorative energy efficient lighting, and bicycle infrastructure. We want to install the rain gardens, as you saw in the prior slide. Those rain gardens will cleanse and infiltrate the stormwater. They will be placed within a landscaped island, as you saw. We are interested in installing ADA compliant walkways, ramps, and crosswalk within the park itself. We are interested in the new pedestrian plaza, as you saw. Our goal is to retain as many of the street trees as we possibly can within the park, including the Christmas tree. There will be one tree that will have to come down because it's in the way of, I believe, the new drainage infrastructure. And then there are these trees within this island that unfortunately will have to come out. They're not in the best condition anyway. As you saw from the prior slide, this island is going to be reconfigured, and the rain garden's going to be a couple of rain gardens are going to be installed within it. We are interested in combining the electrical utilities into an appropriately sized utility box and screen it with landscaping and art. And we want to increase public safety by installing fencing that discourages the use of, you may see the worn path that the kids often use to go in between this little pocket park and Cumbies. So that's not very safe. So we want to discourage that from happening. So the fence will be key to that effort. So I wanted to remind you of what this area looks like today. I think it's pretty clear that the parking areas are beyond their useful life. They're in terrible condition. The pavement is severely cracked. The potholes erupt every single winter. And there's also heaving of the pavement, which is a trip hazard. Here's a picture of a couple of the trees that aren't doing so well. Oops. And here are some pictures of the Christmas tree park, some of the less desirable features. You can see the wall. This is a regular site. The kids seem to be displacing these stones on a regular basis. I know Scott and I have talked about that. They're constantly going up there and trying to replace these stones. You can see the worn path that the kids use in order to cross the tracks to go to Cumbies. This little utility configuration is quite unsightly. We can do better than that. And of course, the electronic message center has been broken for a couple of years. I understand that the manufacturer has gone out of business and the parts just can't be found or they're prohibitively expensive. So this isn't, the plan is not to bring this back to life, as far as I know. So now I'm going to turn it back over to Scott Ritter, who's going to go more into the specific design elements.
Thanks, Laurie. So on this sheet, we see the Blake Street Park on the two drawings on the left, and then the Pierce Street drawing on the right. And the green is just denoting either lawn or other new plant material in those areas. The Blake Street, and we'll talk about the planting in a minute, but it shows the layout of the pergola and the seating area there, and the flagpole area and things like that, and the bicycle parking. So when we get to the three-dimensional graphics, it'll hopefully be a little bit more clear what we're really thinking and planning. This is all the planting that we're putting in. We've got a lot of trees and, as I mentioned, a lot of shrubs, perennials, ornamental grasses, and we're using a significant amount of native plant material, as we find that, the native plant material seems to hold up better during some of the, the drought situations that we've been experienced lately during the summers and things. So they do need to be watered and cared for the first few years, but a lot of this material will stand up to the urban conditions and some drought conditions. So we've got a lot of planting, a mixed deciduous and evergreen material along the railroad right-of-way, so that the park is a little more enclosed and a little more comfortable that way. We've also planted along the back of the sidewalk on Main Street, so that pedestrians stay on the walkway, along Main Street, and then come into Blake Street and then towards the flagpole or the Christmas tree or the new seating area along those walkways there. So that's a quick thing about the planting. And now we get into some of the perspective views that we helped develop during the design process. Some of the details of this will change, but this gives us an excellent idea of gives you folks an excellent idea of what we're planning. So you can see the drive coming, Blake Street coming in off of Main Street would be at the bottom of the photo, just off the photo. You can see the parking spaces on the right that have been redeveloped, better drainage and new pavement and better grading that, Laurie was pointing out. Well, we're going to retain the existing flagpole there on the right. We're going to add a brick wall with a granite top for people to sit on there. And you can see the fence that parallels the railroad right-of-way in the background there. So we did include all the planting along that edge, but that would be there as well.
Can I ask a question here? So I participated in some of these meetings. The project is not going to go from Main to Pierce, is it?
It is. So the remember the sidewalk on the west side of Blake Street is going to be replaced under the Complete Streets grant. The sidewalk that was originally envisioned on the east side of Blake Street will no longer be built. We don't have the funding for that. But instead of the sidewalk, I think the next picture might show, oops, I'm going too far ahead. A later slide is going to show that there's going to be like a island that's going to have the rain gardens in it, and then there's going to be an extension of that grass island further on that will enclose the parking area for the restaurant. So it will create off-street parking opportunities for the restaurant. We could go back to that slide in another minute. Actually, maybe I should go back now. Sorry.
Why don't we go, yeah.
It's a lot of... There it is. Okay, so there's going to be another grass area, or a landscaped area, I should say, that will, so here's the restaurant, the Fatouche restaurant. So right now, this area is pavement. So it's wide open. It's like 150 feet wide of just kind of no man's land that's not really usable. For safety reasons, we're going to construct this island, which is within the town's right-of-way. And the benefit of that is it's going to create parking opportunities for the Fatouche restaurant. So there won't be public parking spaces, but we will be increasing the number of parking spaces overall for this private property owner. So there will ultimately be more spaces, although not public ones.
While you have that slide up, if I can ask a question?
Sure.
Madam Chair. Just so I have it clear, what does the Complete Streets grant get, and then what does the full 1.3 get in that diagram?
So everything that's shaded on both slides is part of the 1.3.
Right.
So the Complete Streets is the west side of Blake Street. So that's 4 LED streetlights, and that's this new concrete sidewalk with the monolithic curb. And then on Pierce Street, it's the concrete sidewalk with the vertical granite curb and the new crosswalk and the repaved municipal parking lot. So all of that is Complete Streets. So the funding that would be part of the CPA application would be, I'm going to point to it. This grass or landscaped area is not grass. This landscaped area right here, this new parking lot right here. So this would be demolition of the existing parking and reconstruction, the drainage. So there's a rain garden here, and then 2 additional rain gardens here. This 9-space parking lot would be completely reconstructed. This ADA compliant curb cut, ramp, crosswalk, all of that, and then everything here in the park. So that's part of the CPA application. The fence as well. We cannot afford to redo the rest of the parking lot, so that will stay as is. And we can't afford to do this right here. That will stay as is.
That being the green?
So that's this little green area right here. So the project scope will end here, but hopefully, I mean, eventually, either this the 4 West Main is going to be sold And then we can ask the new property owner to reconstruct this parking, or the town's gonna have to do it with municipal appropriation. I mean, it is a safety hazard, the way the parking lot is currently, but the CPA grant won't pay for this entire parking lot, so.
It will not.
It will not.
Not only not, it won't, it can't pay for it. Parking lot reconstruction in and of itself is not a allowable use of community preservation money.
Yep, but couldn't parking for a park be included?
Well, those 9 spaces above in gray are included because of their direct abutting to the park, but the rest of that lot cannot be considered as a use of the park.
I would highly question that conclusion, but okay.
And would that be the same line of thinking with the sidewalks, right? So you couldn't use CPA money directly for the sidewalks because it's not, like sidewalk in and of itself isn't recreation, it's just.
Correct. So we are going to use it for these walkways right here.
Which are within that park.
Yes. Yep, so we're gonna use it for everything that's affiliated that we can possibly argue is associated with this recreation resource.
And then what about Memorial Park? I thought I saw that some of the money would be, no?
Oh, for the War Memorial Park?
Oh, War Memorial Park.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not ask for money for the War Memorial Park, although I did just notice right before I was preparing for this application that the Complete Streets grant application did not include the bike racks and the 2 benches. So I'm a little shy on the cost of that. It's a tiny application, probably some told would cost about $10,000. So I'm considering putting in a second application just to cover those couple of things that are not covered by the Complete Streets grant.
Laura? So what will happen if the CPA grant is not approved?
Then this project won't go forward.
Okay, has that application gone in already?
It's due on November 1st. So I'm actively preparing the application.
And you haven't completed the presentation, have you?
No.
Okay.
So I'm just going to skip ahead again. It's a little bit more difficult doing it this way than if I have my laptop in front of me, so I apologize. All right. Go ahead, Scott.
No, it's fine. Okay, so what this is showing is the new crosswalk across Blake that connects Forest Main and that new sidewalk that's going to be on the west side of Blake to the Pocket Park. And you can see it has lighting, there's a new trash receptacle there, there's bike racks in the background, and then there's this plaza with the pergola above it, and the 9-space parking lot there. So you can see how that all works together. And this is a view from under the pergola, so it'd be it'd have a paver, paving surface. There would be a brick wall with a granite top that people can sit on, and you can see the backless bench that's there. There's another one on the other side to the left that you can't see, and there's some planting between that seating area and the 9-space parking lot along Blake in the background there. And on the right side, behind the wall, you can see the new bike racks, which you can see on the right-hand side of this. Oh, sorry, Laurie, I was trying to give you a little hand there. But the bike racks are there, yep. And then this shows a little further down Blake. So the new green space that's between the parking and Blake Street there, those are the rain gardens and the trees that will be, part of that new design, helping the drainage and getting more green space into the parking lot. And you can see the walk on the left side, on the west side of Blake there as well. And this is looking back from that rain garden area back towards the pergola and the seating area. You can see how that works together there with the new trees and the planting and the grass strip. And then this is a detail of one of the new light. It's an LED light, as Laurie mentioned. It's dark sky compliant. It's, you know, got all the new features, and we'll put in a receptacle up on the top of the pole. So if you want to put holiday lighting, you know, around the pole, you can plug it right into the top of the pole and have that work. So these are
like
these
18
are
feet high?
new fixtures going in.
We have a question.
I'm sorry, I just tried to interrupt, Scott. Is that like 18 feet high, 20 feet high? That light?
No, I think it's probably a little bit out of scale. I think it's a 14-foot pole, as I recall.
Maybe it's a child.
Malnourished.
Do you want to
And
continue?
then we use the other existing park in area within the town, and we've come up with new benches with backs, without back, with arms, using the same bike rack and trash receptacle there as well. And it'll be a similar shelter, constructed a little bit differently. It won't be the arc, it'll be a rectangle, so it'll be a little bit different, but similar in vein. So.
All right, so the project timeline, of course, a lot of this depends on funding. So here we are in fall of 2025. The goal here is to finalize the design, have Beta Group prepare the bid specifications for the Pierce Street project, and of course submit the CPA application for the parks improvements. During the winter, we want to procure the construction contractor for the Pierce Street project. Of course, in 2026, town meeting in April. Our goal is to hire the contractor and go forward with the construction of the Pierce Street portion of the project. That should take about 4 to 6 months. If our application is successful at town meeting in the winter of 2026-27, we will finalize the bid package for the Blake Street project and procure the contractor. So this would be for both the complete streets portion of the project and the CPA portion of the project. We did discuss a couple of weeks ago whether we could just go forward with the sidewalk construction for Blake Street at the same time as we go forward with the sidewalk construction of Pierce Street. But the lighting is problematic because, of course, 2 of the lights would be paid for with CPA money, and 4 of the lights would be paid for with Complete Streets money. And there's conduit associated with that, so we'd have to dig up the road and install the conduit. Anyway, it's kind of complicated, but the long and short of it is, logistically, it would be better to do all of Blake Street at the same time. So the Complete Streets grant gives us a long construction window, so we have a couple of years to construct. So it would be better to just wait, see what happens with the CPA funding, and then go forward with all of Blake Street at the same time. The best time to go out to bid for a construction project, in my experience, is December, January timeframe. That's when you have the largest number of contractors bidding, and you tend to get the most competitive pricing. So it's always my goal to go out to bid in December, January timeframe. So unfortunately, although town meeting is in April, we aren't able to expend the money till July. And this is a big enough project where it will take more than just, 5 months to construct, most likely. So the goal here is to construct the Blake Street project in one fell swoop, and that will take approximately 6 to 8 months. So what I want to leave you with is just, I believe that the downtown improvements have been a topic that has appeared time and time and time again in various long-range planning documents for 36 years. And we haven't addressed it yet. So this gives us the opportunity to really make a meaningful change in downtown Northborough. They will kind of set the stage for future investment. Of course, there are a couple of projects, particularly on Church Street, that will be coming up in the next couple of years. And what we would like to do is we would like to encourage others to invest in their properties. And one of the best ways to do that is for the town to set the example and invest in the downtown itself. So I'd be happy to, all of us, answer any questions that you might have, but hopefully you will be supportive of this CPA application.
Oh. Comments from the board?
What happens to the Complete Street funding if this isn't approved? It just goes to the other 23 things that were on our list? Streets?
Nope, it's only for these two projects. So we applied for this Blake Street project, and we applied for the Pierce Street project, and that's the $500,000. So there's no money for any other projects until 4 years from now, and then there will be another pool of money that will be available. I'm unsure at this point how much that'll be. I suspect it'll be similar, 500,000.
We think of the money, the 500 grand, is use it or lose it for Blake and Pierce Street?
Yeah, so this money has been awarded. Like I said, you can only apply for Complete Streets funding for projects that are fully designed. So there are no other fully designed projects. So if not this project, then the town will have to, well, certainly lose the $250,000 invested in this project, and then have to start all over. You'll have to appropriate money to design another project, and then try your hand to see if that's something that would be funded.
So if I may, to clarify, because I think where you're going with this is, the residents have been asking for sidewalks on Maple Street, for example, and near the schools.
Right.
When you looked at at the list that the residents requested, you had to look at it in terms of how it would meet the criteria of Complete Streets grants.
Correct.
And not all of those were designed or shovel-ready or anything like that. So in the end, you and I think Scott Charpentier decided that this met the criteria.
Yes. So like I said, there were 25 projects, and they were ranked. So the number one project in the prioritization plan was Pierce Street. The number 12 project was Blake Street. So then of course we went through the whole downtown revitalization plan, and there were 4 priority redevelopment areas, and this was both of these streets were in the number one prioritization area. So that's how it was selected. And then we went 2 years ago, I think, to ask for the $250,000 from the select board. to go forward with design, to hire a firm to design this project. That money was awarded, and the design process started a little over a year ago. I think our first meeting was maybe August of '24. So we've been working for over a year on this.
Number one was Pierce Street.
Number one was Pierce, yes,
Number 12 was Blake Street.
correct.
If I understand correctly, this is all Blake Street that we're looking at.
No.
Where
Well, this is a parks project. So this is the CPA application, so it's part of the topic to ask for a support letter for Blake Street. So also on the agenda is for you to accept the Complete Streets grant and to give me the authorization to spend the money for that project. So that's the Pierce Street project and the Blake Street project.
Thank you.
Jacob. Jacob defers to you, Mike.
Thank you, Jacob. Yeah, I mean, I like all the work, and kind of said similar things at town meeting. I think it's an awesome plan. It looks great. If fully deployed, would certainly be nice, and appreciate all the work that you and Rick and others have put into it. I guess my concerns are still somewhat similar to what I voiced in town meeting. One, I think with Blake Street to begin with, as goes for West Main to me is how Blake Street goes. Again, I feel like it's maybe putting too much up front when we haven't even RFP'd that building. And if we get an RFP for that building, we have these plans already done and paid for in our pocket. We could incorporate that into an RFP or request that funding or payment for some or all of these improvements could be maybe looped into an RFP. We also, the final ask at town meeting was 800,000-ish out of free cash. And now the plan is to go back to town meeting for like 800,000 out of CPA. I'm just afraid that the town's already said no once, fairly convincingly in what I remember from the vote. And that if we spend Complete Streets on the Blake sidewalk and we don't get the CPA approval, now we kind of have a sidewalk, sidewalk to nowhere is probably not fair, but you don't get all the rest of it along with it. As far as where when the Complete Streets grant is awarded and we accept it, how long do we have to deploy those funds?
2 years.
2 years, okay.
2 years from the time of acceptance,
From
December
the
30th.
time the contract is signed.
which if we go ahead with it tonight would be not, like, from here? From tonight?
I haven't gotten the contract paperwork from the state. I probably will within the next month.
Okay, so 2 years for the project to be completed, or?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and then just to finish up so we can get to my colleagues, I guess, thinking of where else the funds could be completed, I understand it's a small portion and it's existing sidewalk, but South Street, I think, came up for ARPA funding. We decided not to do it, but funding could go to that, which is in the downtown area. And then particularly with Maple, I believe we're at a pretty high level of design, like we have a pretty good design. I'm just curious with Maple, how close would we be to a construction phase that these funds could possibly be deployed to?
Well, it's a bit awkward for the town to submit an application for funding and then say, oh, forget it, we don't want this money, now we want to use it on different projects.
But that list of projects has to be the ones that they previously approved, the Complete Streets, right?
Yeah, I mean, the Complete Streets funding, like they fund projects, like a part of the reason why we went after this project is because they like to fund projects in downtowns. So the South Street sidewalk, of course, it looks terrible. I agree. The concrete sidewalk, it does exist. So it would just be replacing a sidewalk that already exists. The issue with the Blake Street sidewalk is that right now, there's no separation, like physical separation between the road and the sidewalk. They're at the same level. So there's, in some locations, there is a berm, but then in other locations, it's just, you could drive up against the building onto the sidewalk because there's no separation. So that's why this project was chosen to advance. And like I said, it's, designed, and we've already been awarded the money.
Right, but we wouldn't be necessarily precluded from using the funds for construction if we're able to within a 2-year period of being, they're not going to take it away from us if we don't use it on Blake Street.
Yes, they will. They funded the Blake Street project and the Pierce Street project. They didn't fund. So if you said, no, we've changed our minds, we don't want this money after all, then I'd have to wait till the next funding round, and I'd have to apply and be competitive against other communities, and we may get the money or we may not get the money. So we have $500,000 for a period of 4 years, and then we can apply again. So we could do these projects now, and then 4 years from now, we could do the South Street sidewalk if they choose to award the funds to that project. So these funds are specific to these projects. I applied for these projects, and these projects were funded. That doesn't mean that South Street will be funded or Maple Street will be funded. It may be funded, it may not be funded.
Okay, and we are precluded from using this $500,000 that we're talking about on any other project than Blake.
Correct. The money was awarded for Blake and Pierce only. And there were specific amounts that were awarded.
And that was, when this list was presented to the select board and the decision was made to go for this funding, that was presented that way and agreed to. So then Scott and Lori went forward and made that application to the town based on approval from the select board to do it.
And then when we ask for these complete street grants, we can only ask for them from streets on that list.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Jacob?
Great points by my friend, and I kind of agree with a lot of initial comments. Just a couple questions, and I think, for me, just trying to get the timeline right, because I tried to do a little bit of my own understanding of what's the timelines. It sounds like, from what I read, for this stage 3, there was a May 1 of this year deadline for this application. Is that right?
Correct.
And then, so I don't know, it would be great, I would love to see what we said in that, because I think what you're saying is, we are limited by whatever we defined as the scope in that letter or application or whatever that you submitted for us, right?
Mm-hmm.
For me personally, it would be great if I could just see that at some point. And I know we can do that at some point, probably not right at this moment, but I'd love to just see what's on there, because I think that's what I understood from the materials the state's given is we are limited to whatever was in that. Right.
Correct.
Yeah. So the other question I have is, so I'm very cognizant of a very tight timeline and put you in a pretty tough spot, I'm sure, because I think it was day 2 of town meeting, which was like April 29th, and this deadline was May 1, in like 2 days. So I don't know if we had already submitted it by town meeting.
I had already submitted
Oh,
it.
okay. So there wasn't, okay, because that's what I was wondering is after town meeting said no, was there time to pivot? And it sounds like even if there were, we had already kind of committed, right?
So originally, the Blake Street project that I submitted for was just to pay for 10 LED streetlights and conduit. So when I got the award letter a couple of weeks ago, I went back to them and asked if it was possible to change the scope of the Blake Street project, because in order to install the LED streetlights, I had to demolish the existing sidewalk because the conduit is under the sidewalk. So I said, if I do that, now I don't have any money to replace the sidewalk. So can you, let's go back on the number of streetlights. So instead of 10 streetlights like I had originally asked for, now I'd like to reduce it to 4 streetlights, and will you pay for that concrete sidewalk?
And they said
And
yes.
they said, yes, revise the application to include that scope of work, which I have done, and I planned on submitting that tomorrow morning.
Okay. Yeah, so it's, obviously timelines are important, and so seems like by the time the town had voted the way it did on the 29th or so of April, up against a May 1st deadline, there, even if a decision would have been made, I don't know how anyone could have made the decision with enough, buy-in, given that we were all reacting to what happened at town meeting. Where else would we apply for funding? It would have had to been done within like 48 hours or less.
It wouldn't have been possible because we didn't have any other
Design,
projects in
that's what I was gonna say.
design.
So one, I'm not saying, I'm not sure where I sit right now, but hypothetically, and so I also looked, it looked like December 31, 2027 was the date construction had to be done, or is it no matter what, 2 years from the date we start? Do you know?
It's two years from contract signing.
It would be, I really agree with the idea that it would, even if we decided it's a smart thing to accept this money, it really would be my preference to hold off on digging anything up until we know a little bit more about 4 West Main. One scenario that I'm like, it's, obviously we've said to the state, we'd like it for this project. It looks a little bit awkward to come back to the state and be like, changed our minds. I do think that there's a little bit of an explanation if we did want to go back to the state and say, thanks, but we would like to take the next round of our opportunity to try a different approach. Between now and then, we could do a design for Maple, get it up to whatever. And then we could potentially say, if we said, state, hey, and I would say, this isn't just a whimsical change of mind. It was in response to a town meeting vote and coupled with an uncertain disposition of town property that's very much influences this project. Because of all that, state, thank you for your support. But what we would like to do is put our 500,000 for every 4-year allocation towards something else, which we're going to design for you. It's on our list. We'll send it to you on the next round, and then get the 500,000 for Maple or fill in the blank. And I understand what you're saying is they might not like that project as much as they like this project for the reasons you've already outlined, right? So other than it maybe not being as attractive as a project, is there anything that prevents us from taking an approach like that?
Well, there is another source of funding that could be applied for from the Maple Street project, and that's the Safe Routes to School.
Okay.
So I would recommend going after that money because that's essentially what that project would accomplish versus this money, which they like to fund in, village centers. So it would be, I think, more competitive for a Safe Route to School project than a Complete Streets project.
Gotcha. Couple just technical questions on the Pierce Street part, getting my directions, the southwest part of Pierce Street. We're using all town, where currently street is for the space for the concrete. The reason I'm asking, there's a business, I believe, there that has a pet-related use, and they have like looks like very little strip of land there. I don't know if that's easement or not. Even if it were, I'd have a hard time telling them to give it up to us. It looked like on your map that the sidewalk essentially would take the current street we had, we'd cut into our own street and build into our street. Did I see that right on the picture?
There is no, so right now, they have on-street parking in front of the doggy den, and that remains untouched.
Yeah, so I'm not talking about their parking, but their building actually, and they have like a little chain linked fence area, I think.
So in order to do the Pierce Street sidewalk, so you can see they have like a little landscaped island right here. You
Yeah, I
can
think that's
hardly
what I'm
see
talking
it.
about.
So ours, so this would narrow the right-of-way slightly. So this sidewalk is completely within the Pierce Street right-of-way.
Okay, so.
It doesn't go onto their property at all.
Okay, so that's kind of, okay, that's what I thought it was. So we're essentially, we're gonna go cut onto the pavement that exists right now and install the sidewalk. So it'll narrow Pierce Street.
Yes, so the same as what they did over here.
Okay,
So if you go up to this end of Pierce Street, you'll see that they narrowed the width in order to construct that sidewalk. So it will be equivalently narrow over here as it is over here.
okay, that helps. I was wondering where we were getting the space for that. Okay. And I assume we wouldn't be having this design unless the remaining part of Pierce Street is perfectly wide for whatever we need it for, right?
Correct.
Do we have like a bike lane or anything on that?
We have sharrows.
Okay.
So it's just like a little stencil on the road that says share the road. There's not enough space for a bike lane.
Understood. I really wish that that the funding opportunities were reversed in terms of that we could spend this on the part we can't spend it on, because, I mean, I'm kind of having a tough time between saying, well, we've done the work, the design's there, this is, you know, but I'm also looking at $500,000 to redo a sidewalk that already mostly exists. and add-
This sidewalk does
No,
not
that one
exist.
doesn't, but I'm saying, you said it also did the west part of Blake Street, right?
The west side of Blake Street, yes. So there is, like I said, that sidewalk that blends in with the roadway.
Yeah, so I mean, from my personal, I understand the part from a safety perspective, the part that's lower, but as far as the parts that are higher, in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with them. Yes, from a design perspective, they don't look as nice because there's multiple styles, but I'm like, if I'm looking at where to spend money, it's not to fix a style issue. It is to fix a safety issue. I get that. And the conduit issue, I also understand. If we have to dig it up anyway to put the conduit to put the lights, I understand that. It's just $500,000 to largely redo a sidewalk that already exists and then put a little bit of sidewalk that doesn't exist. That seems like a high price tag.
It's not. It's $240,000 to do the Blake Street sidewalk and the lights. So the concrete sidewalk that currently exists to the side of 4 West Main will stay. So that won't be touched at all. So it really picks up at the property next to it. So the Bolodrome, that's where the new sidewalk would go.
Okay. One thing I saw, or I heard a comment about like consolidating some utilities. I don't know exactly which utilities we were talking about. I know that there is a telephone pole over there that has kind of a pretty good mess of wires between it and one of the buildings. Are we able to consolidate those utilities, or was this the other ones that you?
So the picture I
pictured?
showed you of the totem pole
Okay.
with all of the, a lot of it is the lighting for the electronic message center and then also for the Christmas tree, and it's got all these outlets on it, and it's all attached by plywood on a pole. That's what I'm
Okay, so
talking about.
the one that's closer to Main Street.
So the idea would be to do a cabinet, put it next to the railroad cabinet, or like in front of it. So it'd have to be on town property, of course, and then screen them both.
Got it.
So with some sort of, screen artwork.
Gotcha. So, I mean, seems like a good thing. It would be nice if we could address, while we're making everything else pretty, the elephant in the room of the spider web of other wires that are going up from the other telephone pole, but it sounds
That
like.
would be $1 million in addition, and certainly.
I think I
if-
heard you comment on that in a previous, how
Yeah.
much to get that under. Okay, so that's not on the table here.
It's not.
I'm a little bit like, this is really getting into the weeds at this point, but all of the trees that are going to go along the railroad, like at one point, are we stopping visibility from traffic on Main Street to be able to look for oncoming trains with all this vegetation we're putting on the railroad side? Or the conductor of the train from seeing, hey, are there cars in this intersection I'm about? I know they have horns and they have whatever, but I, as a driver, like to be able to see if a train's coming.
So the new trees on West Main Street
Yeah.
would be interior to the park, so they're not on the edge of where it would impede visibility. The plantings that were shown are like grasses and shrubs and perennials, and, they're super low.
I may be mistaking every circle as a possible tree, and you're saying it's probably.
Those are not trees. Most of them are shrubs and perennials and grasses.
I'm not 100% sure that this picket fence is going to stop any kid from going over to Cumberland. In fact, it may cause more injuries from jumping over fences than jumping over a rock pile, but maybe I'm not an expert in that, so I don't know. Sorry. Thank you for letting me answer. But to me, it's a difficult sell to say, even if it's money that's been given to us, $500,000 for really just some sidewalks, some that are new and some that are replacing old ones. When, to me, an alternative could be, thanks, but no thanks, and here's a good reason why the no thanks. Let us reapply next time with a design for something else that's on the list. I understand the point about we already have spent $250,000. That design may be no good in a year, may be no good in 2 years. I get that. I'm really not a fan of the sunk cost fallacy, so I don't really look at that one too much.
Well, also, I just wanted to reiterate that the Pierce Street project was #1 on the prioritization plan.
Understood.
So right now, there is no sidewalk, so of course, you've got the senior housing on Hudson Street. There is no contiguous pedestrian connection to the downtown. There is no continuous sidewalk. So this would provide a continuous sidewalk for those folks to access the downtown.
Principally the Pierce Street part, right?
The Pierce Street and then the Blake Street. It would be ADA accessible.
Oh, okay, Mike.
No, I was just to kind of follow up on some of Jacob's points. So, and for my own clarification, what we're looking at here, new sidewalk on Pierce, is that part of Complete Streets or is that part of?
That is Complete Streets.
That's, okay, so
That's
for the
about
500
$260,000.
How much?
$260,000. So
Okay.
this includes the repaving of the municipal parking lot. It includes this new connection. It includes the rapid flashing signal. This ramp. There is a sidewalk on this side of the street, but there is no current sidewalk from where it ends right here to this point. No sidewalk at all.
Okay, and then when you said where it ends here, there's sidewalk to the left of that.
There is an asphalt sidewalk where my arrow is.
Okay, and then on the far left where your arrow was, like.
This
there's
is where
sidewalk
it
to the-
ends.
But is there sidewalk to the left there?
There is no sidewalk.
My
Where the
left.
sidewalk ends.
Right.
That sidewalk does not currently exist. This would.
Right,
be
that's
new.
all new. And then from here over, what's that way?
You have to cross Blake to get to the sidewalk on the west side of Blake. That sidewalk ends on the east side of Blake Street. The original proposal continued that sidewalk down the east side of Blake, but there's no funding for that. So when you come to that intersection, the sidewalk ends there, then you would cross Blake and pick up the sidewalk on the other side.
Right, so, okay, so there's no sidewalk going past Blake up that way, towards the soon-to-be old fire station.
No, there is.
There is.
There is a sidewalk right here.
That goes that way, okay, all right.
What's the annual operating expense to maintain the park and all the other green space?
All right, I've got that in the packet. So, according to Scott Charpentier, the current budget for the park is approximately $1,600 per year. So the increase, of course, right now, there's no stormwater management facilities on Blake Street or in the municipal parking lots. So by adding stormwater management facilities, there will be an increase of approximately $1,750 per year. Of course, there's no pergola today, so that would be $130 a year. And of course, there are no gardens today. That's $1,150 per year. So the increase would be approximately $2,000 per year. I'm sorry, $3,000 per year.
Any other questions from the board? Laura, you haven't?
I think my comments are similar. I'm wavering because of the way the town meeting vote went last year. I'm concerned that we're doing something very similar for a lot of money. And I'm also concerned because we don't know what we're doing with 4 West Main Street. I definitely understand the desire for improving downtown, but I just don't know if this is the right time for this project. And I don't want to dig in too deep, but it's similar to what's already been shared.
I guess I haven't really made a statement, but I echo what the board's discussed and from the MPIC meeting too. I have a hard time with this one based on the Blake Street, West Main Street sale. We have the current fire station. There's a lot of things that are going to make this more cards to see. It's a pretty big expense. So those are the things that, and candidly, I just don't know the real utility of the pocket park. Like, you can't really see it on 20 when you drive. Like, and I'm not saying it doesn't have value, it does. The question is the value in dollars versus dollars spent elsewhere. So those are the things that I struggle with.
Mike?
Just one more question. As far as the existing property owners, business owners, any updates on their ability or willingness to contribute to any of this scoped project?
I haven't asked them to contribute financially to this project. We do have, Chris Singus is here. He's the owner of Northborough House of Pizza. He may be willing to say a couple of words.
Sure, come on up.
Yep.
Sorry.
I guess I'll take your spot.
Let's continue with this thread.
Hello, Chris Singus from Northborough House of Pizza. And I'm here to speak in favor of this project. I've been looking out that window for 24 years now at the pizza shop. And many of the things I see out there are the kids. Yes, you brought up safety issues. There's always going to be safety issues wherever you go, whatever park you go to. But it's a great joy to see the kids go there, especially after half day of school or after school on the weekends. You see them hanging out there. They're having a nice time. They bring their bikes, and they don't just stay there. They go to other parts of the school. But it's a nice meeting place. You'll see them come into the pizza shop. 4 or 5 of them will come in. They'll grab a pizza, and then they'll go off somewhere else, whether they go down to Dunkin' or they go somewhere else in town. I think the improvements will also help. We talked about South Street. I see families come in. They'll grab a pizza. They'll go down to South Street. And I think the improvements here will also help make another location for people to go to as well, not just down to South Street. They can go further down the street. I really believe that this project will help the downtown area and beautify the downtown area. It's unfortunate that we have a 5-lane highway going through downtown, but I think something like this will help bring people back down, and this is what we've been talking about. The first time that they talked about downtown revitalization, they talked about a village feel. I can't forget how many times I heard a village feel for downtown, a village feel for downtown. Fortunately, some properties now have been redone. Bank of America is now, the old Bank of America is now Vertex, I think. So businesses are coming down. Unfortunately, we lost the coffee shop that was at the old Shattuck, but now it's a Brazilian market, so more businesses are coming down there. I think this will help bring more people down there to downtown, more families, more kids. It's really nice to see them when they come in on the half day and then they go across the street, they hang out with their friends. It's great. I'd like to see more families come down with their strollers and hang out at the pergola and then maybe go back down to the Splash Park and the South Street Park. I really think this is a good idea. There's always a lot of concerns. There's always a lot of other projects that we can do, and I'm sure the town will work towards those projects. But I really want to speak in favor of going forward with this. And I think the sidewalks will help the new sidewalks will help the businesses that are over there. Sawyer's Boiler Drum, this has been there, 50, 60 years, how long it's been there? I think it will be nice to have more light down there. It doesn't have any light, so people don't want to go there later in the evening. More light will help. I think it's a really nice project, and I did voice a lot of questions about 4 West Main Street when Laurie asked me to come onto the board to give my opinions. What's going to happen with that? Well, eventually, if we can beautify this, I think it will be more desirable for somebody to pick up that building and do something with it when they know they have a nice little park area, nice sidewalks, to invest money that's already been invested there. They'll say, all right, great, we can do more things with 4 West Main Street. So I really like to see this go, and I hope we can push forward with it. There's been a lot of work done going back and forth, but
Thank you very much. So to that last point, do you know if an RFP could include any kind of statement about, using the current design? If we do an RFP for 4 West Main, can we incorporate some kind of participation with redoing Blake Street? Do you happen to know that, or?
I do not,
Okay.
offhand, but I can find out
Something
for
to
you.
find out, because I think that was your point, yeah,
I'll make a
which
note.
is very legitimate. Okay, all right, Fran.
Thank you very much. Fran Backstrand, 76 Cedar Hill Road. By letting Chris go first, I got to write down things because I was going to write them on my hand. So 1,000 different thoughts, but I'm going to try to keep it brief. On a micro level, I walked today about 4.5 miles in Northborough, up and down South Street, Pierce Street, Blake Street, all around town. I can tell you that the Blake Street area is just a barren piece of blacktop that has no purpose and it has no real functionality. The sidewalks, any sidewalk improvement is a plus. I don't care whether it's a rebuild or a new. I mean, it's a plus. Coming here, because I went over to CVS first, I cut through the parking lot. There were 2 cars pulling up in front of the few little parking spaces that are designated near Sawyer's Bowling, and then walked into Fatouche, because there is no parking for them, because it's just this vast open blacktop. So putting in that little barrier will then give them the opportunity to see that there's parking for the restaurant. The kids that are down there, they're the only ones down there besides me during the day, sitting on that rock wall. It's not the rock wall they jump over, it's sliding down from Cumberland Farms onto the railroad tracks. I've done it, it's not very safe. Putting up a fence would mean we'd all have to walk to the Main Street, which is probably a good idea. Town meeting last year was, I've been doing them for more than 30 years, it was different. The contentious nature of how we were going to use free cash spiraled, and I think this project, in part, fell to that negativity about everything related to our town's finances. Some justified, some not. Free cash can be used for a lot of different municipal projects and purchases. CPC money is designated for just specific things. This might fit better into a CPA-funded project versus free cash in our current financial constraints. 4 West Main Street, I don't know how much mitigation money you think you're going to get for improving the area around it when you've all already walked through it and know what it looks like on the inside. I'm not sure we'd even get the $10,000 that Lori needs for the bike racks and the benches. So don't hang our hats on that. And then lastly, Rick and I have been at the Master Plan Steering Committee back before COVID, which seems like a lifetime ago, starting this process. The entire master plan steering process and implementation has been about downtown. And if we don't take a step forward to do something and not wait for hopefully somebody other than Millie Milton who is interested in developing in our town, this Commonwealth of Massachusetts is not going to look fondly on us if we say no to $500,000 now and then we want $700,000 later. And I think Maple Street would probably be a lot more money. So let's show support for this project. And if town meeting, gives it the kibosh in April, well, then the people have spoken. But at least let it get there with your support and hopefully the Master Plan Implementation Committee later this week with their support, saying, at least let's have a conversation with the people who show up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Lisa?
Good evening. Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. There's a lot of things that I'm a little confused about. First off, I'm going to ask maybe to look back probably at this layout right here. The yellow, which appears to be a sidewalk going across Pierce Street on its way to the Memorial Park, or the War Memorial Park, is that correct?
This
No,
is
that's
Blake
Blake
Street.
Street. Okay, could you go to
So
that?
this is the sidewalk
Yes,
that is to be funded with Complete Streets money.
okay. And of that sidewalk, there's how many driveway curb cuts that go into it?
There's 1, 2, this is a easement, it's not really a driveway, so 3.
So a lot of the sidewalk that looks to be like a full connected sidewalk is going to have at least 3 to 4 openings for access from vehicles, correct?
As it currently does. Yep.
So could you take me to the Pierce Street?
Sure. So this would be a concrete driveway apron. That's the proposal. So it wouldn't be an asphalt driveway. It would be a concrete sidewalk.
And now when I look at this, where the yellow is on Pierce Street, that's going to be a solid sidewalk all the way down to where the two blue areas on either side of that?
So this is a ramp.
Yeah.
So this is a ramp, this is a ramp, this is a ramp, this is a ramp. So these are all sidewalks, and it will go over the railroad tracks. So they are, Scott, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
I think that the sidewalk would end at the railroad right-of-way and start up again at the railroad right-of-way. Is that correct?
It's a little bit off the right of way, but you can see where the blue ends. That would be the ramp and probably the detectable warning panel, and then it would come across to another detectable warning panel on the east side, and then up towards the War Memorial.
Okay. So right now, the doggy den enters from Pierce Street directly into their parking lot, doesn't it?
Correct. So they have an opening here, and they have this gigantic opening that is shared with Fatouche.
Okay, so they own all that area. So what you're doing is now you're going to create a more narrow entrance for them through Pierce.
Correct.
And then you want to create a narrower entrance for them with the greenery that would be in front of Fatouche.
Correct. So now there will be the ability for cars to park up against this. So right now, this is just wide open asphalt, which is why the customers for Fatouche use the municipal parking lot, because this is like dead space.
Okay. And in both cases, we're spending taxpayer dollars for two businesses that have owners who are capable of making that their own parking with paint and other ways of making a difference, correct?
Well, this is within the town's right-of-way. So so right now, they have chosen not to provide a narrow driveway opening. It's just this gigantic sea of asphalt. So for safety reasons and efficiency, it's better to have a narrower opening. So that is what this project would create. So it would create a narrower opening for the municipal parking lot, And then there would be a narrower opening for Fatouche. But all of the improvements are within the town's right-of-way.
Okay. So some of the other questions that I have in the area when I'm looking at this is that, and I really would like to see it look better. I don't think there's anybody in town who wouldn't like to see it look better, and I know you've all done a lot of work. I'm concerned about the money that we would spend on this and the changes that are being made to accommodate the complete streets, which would be all of what came off of Pierce Street. So there's always been that parking lot at Pierce Street. There's a sidewalk that's on Hudson Street that comes across, because we have, I think we were supposed to get some RRFB lights there so that people could cross over to the other sidewalk. And then that sidewalk exists in front of the small park that they have there, in front of the memorial, and comes down to where their parking lot opens. Then there's no sidewalk. That's a pretty big opening. And then the next opening is what the railroad uses to go in and out of their area next to the railroad tracks, which right now is all rock, usually filled with materials. But it's a relatively wide swath, but they also have big vehicles. So they come in to work on the railroad tracks. Then the next opening is the railroad tracks. And as we head west, the next spot is where the little grass area for the doggy den is, and that's pretty much right up to the street. So if you put a sidewalk where the doggy den grass is, and then you're narrowing down the entrance to the doggy den, and you go up to Blake Street, so that area, again, every time I see an opening, I go, well, it's not a total contiguous sidewalk, it's going to have openings. And the railroad tracks is a relatively large opening with two pretty big gaps. Now, if you're in a wheelchair, that's a little difficult to get through. If you're with a walker, that's even more difficult to get through. So, so that is a consideration as to how we're bringing that sidewalk down Pierce. Paving that parking space, I didn't think it was in bad shape. I mean, the only thing I would have liked to have seen is painted lines and having the lines so that people understand that's a public parking area and signage that says a public parking area. And I think you could do that for far less money than what we're looking to use at this point.
So just to clarify, so there will be a new concrete driveway apron, which is ADA accessible. So right now, there is no ADA accessible route for the people who live at the senior housing into the downtown. There is a gap in the sidewalk on Hudson Street, and there is a gap on Pierce Street. So there's a food pantry right here.
Mm-hmm.
So there is no ADA accessible path of travel for these people to get downtown.
Is crossing over train tracks considered ADA accessible?
Scott? I think we're limited as to what we can do by law.
Yeah, I can't answer that. I don't know how it's built.
So depending on how the railroad has their interface, it may or may not be, maybe. Sorry, I'm trying to, elephant in the room. If the rest of it's ADA accessible, but the train tracks still aren't, I don't know what it solves, is what I'm looking at.
Well, of course, the tracks are, there's pavement all alongside. So, I mean, we can't remove the tracks.
Oh, 100% agree with that.
So, I mean, it is what it is. But the point is, there's no contiguous sidewalk on Hudson Street, and there's no contiguous sidewalk on Pierce Street. That is why this project was ranked #1.
By the state?
On the Complete Streets Prioritization Plan by the residents who commented.
All right, so that's the next thing I'd like to address, is that on September 15th of '22, these are meeting minutes. And it says, discussion followed regarding the various projects, numbered for identification purposes only, after which members voted to rank Complete Streets projects in the following priority of order. 1, Bartlett Street, bike lanes, 7 votes. Gale Street, new sidewalk and crosswalk, 7 votes. Allen, new sidewalk, 8 votes. Maple Street, new sidewalk, 8 votes. That's the first 4 pieces right on the list. And the list goes on: Church Street sidewalk replacement and RRFB, Bartlett and Maple Streets intersection improvement, South Street shared arrows, Aqueduct Bridge, Aqueduct Trail multi-use. Then, and these are all by different, how many people voted for it, 8, 7, that sort of thing. Then you had 5 votes for Blake Street lighting. You had
That's ranked
South
12.
Street sidewalk replacement, River Street new sidewalk, 4 votes each for Pierce Street sidewalk replacement and townwide bike racks. 3 votes for Howard Street replacement, Lincoln Street sidewalks. 2 votes for Pleasant Street sidewalk replacement, Davis Street new sidewalk, and Gale Street lighting, and 1 vote for Lyman Street and bike lanes. So that's what was happening at that MPIC minutes. And we went to the prioritization plan and changed to Pierce Street, but it wasn't on here for that.
It wasn't just at the MPIC meeting. There was another meeting at the select board where folks voted. So that wasn't the only voting exercise.
All right, well, what I'm trying to say is I was trying to find that vehicle to which we started from one spot where we started with Complete Streets a year earlier and what we were going to use it for, and then trying to piece out how we got to where we are today. So, I do think there's consideration to be given to, we have 2 properties that we're not sure what's going to happen: 4 West Main Street and the police and the fire station as it exists now. In spending money at a time where there's going to be an awful lot of belt tightening and ask for 2.5 when the school even comes up, I think we have to look long and hard about how we spend our money, because it's not just a one-time spend. It is maintenance that we don't realize until the maintenance bill starts to get put on the ranks of, this is what my yearly need is. So as beautiful as all of it is, I think, and I've asked this before, I asked this at town meeting, when it was voted down at town meeting, I asked, can you just go there, seal coat the parking areas, paint the lines, and put up the signs that say public parking? We could have done that 2 years ago, we could have done that 3 years ago. I've asked and asked and asked, and I was told at the meeting, no. So it's a little hard for me to say, well, now you're going to have $500,000 to do all this, when you could have done something in the beginning to at least give the residents an understanding of this is a public parking lot owned by the town of Northborough through the water department. There's no connection to 4 West other than the fact you would use it at 4 West Main. But it's a separate piece of property that if we sell it, in addition to selling it at the same time 4 West comes, where will our municipal parking be? Only on Pierce Street? It's all we have. So we have to consider how that's going to affect any downtown revitalization or any place for people to park downtown, because that is all we have. So I'm concerned about all of it, concerned about the fact that town meeting said no, concerned about the fact we look for ways around things when there's evidence that this really should have been thought through a little bit more before the ask was made to Complete Streets. And thank you for listening.
Hi, Bill.
Hello, William Pierce, 367 Whitney Street. Even though I'm the chairman of the Traffic Safety Committee and a member of the Planning Board, I am speaking on my personal experience. I always have believed that any residential area should have sidewalks, period, end of story. But I understand there's a financial concern. You can't just throw sidewalks everywhere and not expect it to be free. I do want to expand, though, on Selectman Tejan and Selectman Ray, what they said earlier about 4 West Main Street and the fire station. Those are 2 public properties that are either soon to be put up for sale or in the long term will be. I've only sold homes twice in my lifetime so far. I'm not a real estate person. But each time I sold my home, I cleaned it up, staged it, made it look nice. That's what you do, right? You get a better price for a nice looking home that's staged than you do without. I look at this as doing that, cleaning up the area so that we can get the best price possible for our public property. Because we know that they're going to be sold. We know it, like Mr. Tejan said, we know probably that 4 West Main is soon to be RFP. So if we're going to do that, we need to show as a town that we're willing to do that. My other concern is that the town people, I know we keep talking about last year and what happened last year and that it didn't get approved, but we have to keep in mind that 2 years ago, they did approve paying for the money that was used to come up with this plan.
That was the select board. It was for ARPA.
Oh, that was for ARPA? Okay, sorry. So.
By extension, they did.
By extension. I won't even say that, but we're not going to go there. Okay. But my concern is that if we keep going down this road, every select board that's here is going to make a different decision as to what their priority street is, right? In 4 years, when we come up for this again, there's going to be a different street. Now it's not going to be South Street anymore. Now it's going to be Maple, or now it's going to be Whitney Street, right? I've been asking for sidewalks on Whitney Street for 8 years now. And, I understand it's so far away from downtown. This is in downtown. This is our downtown. If we don't start here and then start working our way out, putting sidewalks elsewhere, I don't think makes any sense if you're not going to fix your downtown first.
I just want to respond to that, because what I'm taking away from some of the comments is not that people are totally against the project. They want the project coordinated with 4 West Main. Correct me if I'm wrong with what all of you have said.
Yeah, I mean, I would, speaking for myself, and Bill, certainly appreciate your comments. Yeah, I get it, right? If you're going to sell a house, you're going to, clean up, right? You want to, clean the carpets and wash the walls. 4 West, for those who have walked in it, needs a lot of that if you wanted to clean it up. So yeah, I would be interested, going through a negotiation right now on another property to see how a negotiation could go on 4 West Main with some of these elements. And if we can defer any level in a negotiation or make a deal to defer some of these improvements or cost of improvements onto a private party and off our taxpayers, just by waiting a little bit, I'm kind of willing to take that risk in a certain sense, and not to keep going. And are you? I didn't want to cut you off, Bill.
No, that's fine. Just one more thing, and in sort of that vein, right? If you're going to do a project, right? Let's say you're going to paint your house, right? If you're going to have the painter come and just do the front of the house and then leave, and then he's going to come and do the sides of the house and then leave, it's actually more expensive for them to do that, because now they have to set up, they have to tear everything back down, they've got to get the the dumpster or whatever else they need, right? It's cheaper if you do the whole project at once rather than in pieces. And then the last piece, and I might defer to John on this, but I believe CPC money is a matched fund, so it's not completely taxpayer paid.
14%.
Yeah, and so, even that money that Lori is asking for isn't completely the taxpayers, which is different.
It's state money though, right?
I believe it's, some state, some,
money.
yeah.
So it's still.
But it's
it's
not, but what I'm
matched.
saying is it's not all the local
Right,
taxpayers.
right.
Yeah,
Right? It's not like the free cash ask that happened last year, right?
Right.
So, they're trying to adjust to, the comments that they heard at town meeting. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this project would only compete against other open space, historic preservation, or affordable housing projects. This money can't be spent on any of the other things that you're talking about. It can't be spent on sidewalks, can't be spent on, hiring people, and paying salaries, only those things.
Hi, John.
If I could just comment. Go ahead, Jim.
I don't know. Get your thought out. Go ahead. Get your thought out. I don't want to fight with you.
I believe that the master plan set a vision for the town going forward. And I believe that the downtown revitalization plan took that vision and put some details around how the downtown part of the master plan could be done. And I believe that downtown revitalization plan laid out a vision for how you could connect Route 20 back to Pierce Street and down to the fire station, and laid out a way without having to get involved with redoing Route 20, which I think is a very difficult, if not impossible, project, but laid out an alternative way of starting to lay out a way to make the downtown more pedestrian-friendly, more attractive, and to open up possibilities for economic development over time, and to become a gateway between 4 West Main and the fire station. And the plan talked in general details or general details about what 4 West Main might be used for and what the fire station might be used for. But specifically, it talked about Blake Street being a gateway from Main Street down in a northerly direction to Pierce, and a connection to the parking facility on Pierce Street that didn't exist. And that all of that, if nothing else ever got done downtown except individual developments by developers who came in at some point and proposed their own project, that there would be a coordinated way in the center of town to lay out things that people were talking about that they wanted to see in the downtown. And so when the ask for ARPA funding was presented to the select board in the past, to do the design work on this was presented from that standpoint, that this was going to be the lead-in project to allow the downtown to start to be improved. And from there, other work could be done along that route. Part of that would be the decisions made on 4 West Main. Part of that would be the decisions made on the fire station. But the gateway between all of that would be in place. It would also be apparent to the residents that the town was taking action to take some steps to make the downtown look more attractive. Hence, the ask to do the work on the Pocket Park and some of the rain gardens and the greenery down Blake Street. If we had additional money, that could have been made even more attractive looking than it's going to look, but it's going to be quite an improvement to the way it looked. So all of this is basically a way to start to implement that vision. And the funding is not going to come directly at this point out of any new taxpayer funding. There's almost $500,000 of Complete Streets money, and there's about $800,000 of community preservation money, which is set aside for this kind of a use, for open space, recreation kind of work. So my sense would be that a presentation at town meeting next year would be received differently. It may not be successful, but not for the same reasons. I agree with a comment Fran made that by the time this article came before town meeting, there was such negativity around spending money on anything that it carried over into this. And there were a number of comments where people said, this is a really good project, but based on what we're hearing about the town's financial position, it didn't make sense to do it. So we've now presented a plan which doesn't bring any of that into play. It uses community preservation money, some of which set aside for a use like this, and it uses a grant which the select board authorized Lori to go ahead and apply for based on a structure of street design or street orientations that had been agreed to by the select board. So my sense is the time is right to go forward and move this project before the town. If the town doesn't agree to fund it with this kind of funding, I'd be more agreeable to say that the town's not ready to do this. My sense, though, is the time is right to bring this forward. And I can't envision another time that would be better, and I can't envision a private developer of 4 West Main or the fire station agreeing to do this kind of work. So I think we ought to allow the Complete Streets grant money to be used, and we ought to present, if the CPC agrees, to present the article to town meeting, to present this to the town and say, this is the time to make the decision, and it's being done in a way where we have sufficient funding from alternative sources that don't directly affect taxes or the tax rate. I just think that, as Lori said, the town has wanted to do something like this for a long time. We've brought it to the point where there's an actual doable plan. Yes, it costs money. It's always going to cost money to do it. But I think the time is right to bring this forward before the town. And I think the way it's going to be funded is the least impactful way to people's individual pocketbooks to do it. So I think this is the proper time to do it.
Thank you. John?
John Campbell, 29 Spruce Hill Drive. I am a member of the Master Plan Implementation Committee, but also represent the town CPC committee. The committee has not received the application yet, but we did have a broad discussion at our last meeting, and I must say there was enthusiasm and support among the board members due to the affordability of this project. It starts with the fact that Lori was successful in getting a grant for a significant chunk of the money, and also when looking at our current reserve accounts and the projection of new revenue, it's very positive. Our town finance director, Jason Little, brought to us the spreadsheet of what we can expect this year. We're going to have reserves of around $1 million, which is partially from, I think it's $138,000 from the most recent state match, and then $214,000 was from investment income on those reserves. So that was kind of impressive to me. That's over $300,000, maybe $350,000 of our reserves that are, funded by the state and by our own interest on those reserves that we've accumulated previously. Under the new revenue, we expect $870,000 plus the subsequent state match, which even if it's only about $130,000 again, you've got another pool of $1 million coming. That's what the committee will be voting on. We vote on future revenue for the following fiscal year, typically, if you didn't know. So we have the resources there, and we've tried to find a balance each year. I think the CPA has been very popular with the residents, and in each year we try to look for a balance of where can we balance affordable housing initiatives, historic preservation initiatives. We passed a nice affordable housing at last year's meeting. We're talking about White Cliffs, very exciting news there. So the time is right for this project. We know we need to spend a portion of new revenue on open space recreation. And if you think in terms of it being about 1/3 of our new incoming revenue, we've got it covered between that and a portion of the reserves that I just mentioned and Lori's grant. So I think the presentation to town meeting will take a different tone, as Rick mentioned, where we're talking about using the Community Preservation Act that the town voted and has continued to support over 20 years, and using the resources that the state is giving us rather than turning it away. Not to mention the investment we've already made in the consultant and the investment in your staff's time. So I just want to close by asking the board to step back and take a stance where maybe you might support bringing this forward. Let it come to the committee of CPC. Let it be reviewed there. And if we agree to bring it to town meeting, let the voters take a look at the affordability from that perspective and what its benefits could be to downtown. Quickly, anybody that walked through that area during Applefest, it was bustling along that whole road. And if you could consider what that would mean to have a little bit of that activity on a year-round basis, that's really what this is about. It's contributing to the economic vitality. We have one business owner who spoke more than we could about it. I'm not a business owner in town. He told you what it would mean to his business. So I think that's important to take account of. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we have heard some compelling statements about supporting the project. Any other comments from any of you?
When would we have to, I understand that they do a readiness to go step, if we accepted it, they would send you some kind of readiness statement and that they're projecting, the state, would be done sometime in December. What's the window that they're expecting us to get back to them?
Within the next couple of weeks.
Okay. I really would like to see the letter, just to see if, because I may say, we really should do some of the things in here, in which case accept it and do the things. But I don't know.
Our next meeting is
November 3rd.
November 3rd? Oh, right, because that was supposed to be, so would that give you enough time for more information gathering?
Well, the CPC grant application is due November 1st.
Well, that can be submitted and then withdrawn or not? If discussion didn't go that way? These are all hypotheticals.
Clarify your question.
CPC is due November 1st, but I think that we have extended those dates before, haven't we? So do you think your committee would consider extending that until we got more information that the board seems to need?
Well, I think the process would be more to the effect of, we accept the application, and then it's not voted on at the November meeting.
Mhm.
We typically have, first of all, we need to have a public hearing by law, and so we open that typically in December, and it extends through the January meetings as well, sometimes into February. So there'll be a hearing process where both the committee and others of the public can comment on it. And then as more information comes in that hopefully would continue to support it, we take that into account. If information came in that there was something adverse about it, we could take a vote accordingly to not bring it to town meeting this year. So that's what the CPC committee process is for.
Okay. Fran?
I like the idea. I understand needing more information. I like the public hearings. It is, I would like to see how the public weighs in on it. I feel like it could go either way, but I think I would like to switch just to give them the opportunity to go forward with the project to look at it. It's money that's going to be spent. I understand the rationale behind it. I am concerned that it could end up going the same way that it did last year, but there's a lot of support for this, and I appreciate that. So I think I'm leaning more towards just approving it and then seeing how it goes through the committee and what that process looks like.
Okay. Thank you.
Fran Baxter on 76 Cedar Hill Road. Two separate things. What Jacob is asking for is information about the complete
scope of the-
street grant proposal, which is separate from whether or not you want to support the application for CPC. They
Well stated,
go together, but they are separate. So tonight, you have two things. One, will you show support for Lori to submit by November 1st an application to the CPC for funding for this project? Separate from that, you need to take a vote at some point, if not tonight, if additional information is needed, as to whether you're going to accept the $500,000 from the state. If Blake Street fails, if there is a sinkhole, if there is a tree come out from the sidewalk and it has to be repaired without that $500,000 of state money, I'm pretty sure it's going to have to come out of the DPW's budget, which means it's a direct impact on my taxes, my property taxes, not the CPC contribution, not the state, not the feds, but directly out of my pocket. And if that's what you're concerned about, take the money from the state and at least know it's there to fix this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair? Yeah, I mean, kind of to Fran's point, I see it as two separate transactions, if you want to
Yeah,
consider it that way,
absolutely.
right? Based on the answers, and thank you, Lori, that you provided on the Complete Streets grant, it kind of doesn't seem like, to me, we have much of a choice but to accept that grant and to move forward with those sidewalk improvements. I'm not interested in saying no to that money from the state for the chance of reapplying and trying to deploy those funds somewhere else, which they may not approve. So, even though I may have some thoughts about maybe where that money could be better spent, we kind of are where we are. I think adding sidewalk to Pierce would be an improvement, certainly. I would rather maybe use that Blake Street sidewalk money somewhere else, but that's not what was submitted. So, you know, I would, I think, be okay with accepting the grant and deploying those funds as was requested in the grant on Pierce and Blake sidewalk. Where I'm still hesitant is on the additional CPA ask for the additional work. Yes, there was certainly a lot of other things at town meeting that may have contributed to that vote, but I don't remember that vote being particularly close. So yes, there could have been issues like that. Yes, CPA money isn't seen maybe in a way of as being sort of a direct tax impact to the residents, even though most of that money did come out of their property taxes. So we still have to be good stewards of that money. You know, the town's overall financial situation hasn't gotten better with age since town meeting, to quote the Money Pit. You know, things are still, you know, we've got a lot of work to do on that regard. You know, not to say that I'm an expert and that should decide what planning and what gets done. I would be more comfortable requesting money for the Memorial Park as opposed to the section nearest 4 West Main, because I still think we can maybe get something when a possible RFP goes out for 4 West Main, and there's maybe a bid and then a negotiation, that the project could still be completed, but maybe with not as much CPA money as we thought, or maybe there's a way to structure that in a negotiation. So that's kind of where I'm at, is I'm okay with making, you know, a motion to approve the grant and to get these sidewalks done on Blake and Pierce. I'm still hesitant on the full scope of the CPA ask.
Jacob?
I'm feeling pretty similar on the second part as Mr. Tejan. The first part, I can definitely see your argument about accepting it because of the risk of, if there's no guarantee we'll get it on something else if we wanted to. That's 100%.
We could go back again and ask for it. We don't have to wait another 4 years, or
Yeah.
we would have to wait 4 years.
Right.
If we were to not to accept this, Lori.
And we'd have to do a design to all the points that were discussed before. So hearing you there, of course, it does beg the question of, that was brought earlier, of like, well, it gets more expensive if you do a project piecemeal, and that sort of lends to, well, then we'd be doing this project piecemeal. If we took the 500,000 and did these pieces, and then later on did those pieces, then we're gonna dig up this to do that, and connect this and that, and you end up doing like what Marlboro did with its brand new street, and then slice and dice it the next day. It's crazy. Anyway,
Route 20?
Route 20. Yeah. Two kind of quick points. There were some questions and concerns about making our property look nice before we sell it. Great points, 100% hear that. And so I want to make clear that the concern that I have with respect to a 4 West Main transaction is less about how it looks. It's more about, for me, if we have a possible buyer, which we obviously don't know what they would look like or what they'd be looking to do with the property, because we haven't done an RFP yet. But let's say they said, well, gee, property is very valuable for me, but I'm going to need 10 more parking spaces to be able to comply with the use that I would have for the property. And we said, oh, gee, well, we have a little space over here. If we reoriented it, we might be able to squeeze out 10 more parking spaces for you. Oh, except we just spent $1 million turning it into a pocket park. Can't do that. And then so we have to say no to someone who may be able to pay a pretty penny for a use. And that's just one scenario that I can come up with, and someone smarter than me could come up with other scenarios. But so it's less about does it look nice from a curb appeal standpoint, and more of someone who's going to get into the nuts and bolts of what do I need for this business, and I'm not going to be able to do this because I only have this many parking spots. That's a huge limiter for a lot of uses for that property, I feel like. The second one is it was 145 to 67. It was not even close. I'm reading the Community Advocate's coverage of the town meeting. 145 against, 67 for. They had changed it so that we wouldn't need to do debt, so it went from a 2/3 down to a majority. It wasn't even close to a majority. And so the highest governing body of our town is town meeting.
Mm-hmm.
It's It's not us. It's not a focus group. It's not 5 people who put a sticker on a thing at a community event. It's not the MPIC. It's not any staff member. It's town meeting. And when I look at 145 people coming to town meeting and saying no, I have a hard time looking my constituents in the face and say, yeah, but you must not have really meant it, so we're going to have you do it again. And so we're going to spend another half of a day of town meeting in April to do it all over again. And if there's any sense that this next town meeting isn't going to have people concerned about the state of our town finances, it will, 100%. I mean, hopefully we can foresee and navigate some of those issues ahead of time, which we're all trying to do. But it's not like April's going to come around and people are going to be like, oh, no, tax situation's fine. Money situation's fine. And I understand and hear the point of this is CPC money and it was free cash before. I hear that, 100% hear that makes this a different proposal. But 145 to 67 tells me that I have a mandate that I have to say no to the CPA.
Anyone else, John?
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts. I would like to see the letter. That would be, I just want to get in the habit of seeing the actual documents and make decisions on, so I would like to see the letter. The CPA thing, I'm torn on it, because like, for me, it's just such a hamstrung way to run a town when the match isn't very good anymore. It's 14%. I mean, I think when it started, it was 100%. And I think back of like $800,000 for the 4 veterans housing. I'd much rather spend it on this. And this is a personal bias, but so when I think of like, now I'm choosing between the less of 2 evils. So I'm stuck in this box of saying, it can be this, it can be this, it can be this, which I don't love. So I would like to talk about the CPA at a later date and kind of figure out that from, just from like stewards as taxpayers' money. And then the comment about being able to walk around town, like I was on Google Maps and to leave Northborough Pizza and take a left, you're at the town common. Like, we have green space, and it's pretty underutilized. Like, if you drive by, at least that's my impression. Maybe it'll change when the fire station's there, and maybe got a Taj Mahal. But I would like to see, I have a hard time bringing this back to town meeting. I would like to see like more thorough review of the CPA, though.
Oh, yeah, that's a separate issue.
It is, but just want to state it here
CPA
publicly
is-
on the record.
Yep. Well, everyone has voiced their opinion, so we have 2 votes. One is to accept the Complete Streets grant, but I hear 2 people saying that they want to see the paperwork before we vote on that.
I could potentially vote yes on that after looking at the letter and being okay with the letter. And so,
It's not a letter, it's an entire application.
okay, that says the scope in the application.
Correct.
Yeah. So I could see myself supporting it when I understand fully what's in the scope. It's been a great presentation. It's not a criticism of the presentation, but I'm left with like some highlights on the map and like what's in there, what's not. It was like 260 for this section, to somewhere less than 240, I'm guessing by the math, for the other section. And, you know, to Mr. Tejan's point, it may be that the better thing to do is to take that money. I would like to table that to our November 3rd and then potentially vote after we see it.
And that would be a quick decision, I think.
If you want to take a 5-minute break, I can run down to my desk and pick up that. There's an Excel spreadsheet with the costs.
Okay.
And it details every single item to be paid for with the grant.
Okay.
So I can give that to you.
I mean, I'd be fine during recess today also.
Well, you know,
Okay.
for some of us, we need to, you know, really study those things in our packets, so I
Can we defer that one? And then
Yeah, I mean, I guess I understand the point. I mean, I don't think there's going to be sort of like a way to sort of deploy these funds somewhere else, sort of written in there, maybe with some, you know, I mean, I think taking Lori, I certainly take you at face value, that the money has to be spent in this area, that we can't deploy it somewhere else. So, I mean, we could certainly defer. I mean, I'm willing to make a motion for accepting the grant and for its use on Blake and Pierce.
My fear is that if it doesn't pass, because we didn't get the information, though, that's a risk.
We could always reconsider a prior motion. I mean, look,
Right,
I'm
but
not
we
trying to
have
get in the way.
that
I'm
But
just
these,
saying.
but these sidewalk funds have to be deployed this way.
I
or
know,
else we
but-
don't accept the grant.
But Jacob just wants to see the paperwork, which we can review, and then we can vote on this at our next meeting.
You okay with
The
that?
deadline is for the
Yeah, I mean,
CPA
if
funding.
there's a majority who wants to move it to the next meeting, then.
I feel like I can get a lot better, for myself, feel a lot better about saying yes
Yep.
when I know exactly what it's covering. And that's just me.
So can we just defer that? Oh,
Well,
sorry.
a clarifying question on, just to make sure I'm understanding how this grant works. As contemplated today, once every 4 years, you can apply for a $500,000 grant.
As it's currently written. That's not
And that
to
could
say
change.
that the next governor or
Nope,
whatever
I don't
may
wanna-
change
yeah, but I don't
the
wanna
way it
overstate that.
works.
Yeah, I'm with you. So if we were to choose not to use the Complete Street grants for Blake and Pierce, what does that practically mean in terms of like when we would have to be submitted, and how much do we lose a year and then how does that work?
As far as I know, there's no money for design, so we'd have to go to town meeting to ask for design money. Then we'd have to design the project to at least the 25%, but it would have to be fully funded to design the project to construction bid documents, and then apply at that time. So it's probably 2 years out.
Well, isn't Blake Street being designed right now?
Yes, so
I mean,
that's
not
why
Blake
it
Street,
was
Maple
funded.
Street. Maple Street.
I have no knowledge.
I think internally, it's internal design, I think. Scott's
Oh,
about
hi,
to tell
Scott.
us.
But we'd still have to go back and reapply.
Yeah, yeah. Glad
Scott
to
Shepherd here,
oblige.
Public Works Director. Maple Street design is underway. It was funded by ARPA, a little over $200,000. The design scope is to get it to the 75% level, which is what Blake Street is now, including environmental permits. So the expectation is we'll get permits over the winter, finalize the design in the spring. Somebody brought up Safe Routes to Schools.
Yes.
That's a great funding program for that project. I live in Grafton. They just got $2.4 million out of that program to do a sidewalk around their Millbridge Street School. So there is other money out there, but that program is driven by the schools, not us. So it would be the K through 8 district to apply for that, not planners and engineers or the like.
Okay.
As their liaison, I'll have to make sure they're aware.
They do like, the state does like having a variety of funding mechanisms for projects. That's why they usually want a local match to show that there is some local support. So, you know, combined of complete streets, some capital money, shared streets, safe routes to school. Those are the types of things that the state likes typically. But, and the complete streets is twice a year, I think.
Correct.
Yeah, there's like spring and a fall, so it kind of gives us a little more flexibility. As far as Jacob's, your question about timing.
May 1st of this year, we would assume they'd have another deadline of May 1st of 2026 for the next one. Is that a good assumption or a bad
Yeah,
assumption?
so I'm not sure what the funding dates are for the Safe Routes to School. I would suspect that they would be similar to the Complete Streets program. Like I said, this project cannot apply for Safe Routes to School. The other project can apply for Safe Routes, and there's more money available under Safe Routes than there is under Complete Streets.
Don't
So
quote me
we
on it.
already, this is already a bird in the hand, and that one is not.
Don't quote me on the safe school one, but I, on a quick Google search on mass.gov, it looked like it was once a year, and it was October 17th was the date.
For the safe
Safe.
routes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which, I mean, we're probably not ready for it anyway, so I'm
Yeah.
not suggesting that, but just a date.
Okay. All right, so here we are. We have a couple of people who would like just to, complete the paperwork, seeing the paperwork. You're willing to move ahead tonight?
I'd rather wait and get Jacob the opportunity to review the documents for 7A, but I am comfortable moving forward with 7B, which is a CPA.
Can I move to
application.
table the acceptance of the Complete Streets to our next open meeting?
You may.
So moved.
I move that we do that.
Okay.
For the purpose of simply just being able to let me and anyone else who wants to just dive and make sure we understand the scope of what we're getting.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table to postpone the vote on accepting the Complete Streets grant until our next meeting so that we get more information about the paperwork. Is there a second?
I so moved it.
Second.
Is that okay?
Okay.
Sorry.
So you're seconding?
Okay.
Motion made by Jacob,
Okay,
seconded,
got it.
seconded by Laura. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. So the next thing we have to do is decide on whether to write a letter. Basically, it's just writing a letter of support for CPA that we endorse this project. Okay, so my question, okay, never mind. Okay, so this is a tricky one because there are a lot of question marks about this. Laura, I think what you're saying is let the town decide.
Yep. There's going to be a variety of public hearings. I'm sure there's going to be engagement. If people are against it, we're going to know pretty quickly.
If we're doing a letter of support, aren't we having our finger on the scale a little bit?
One would think.
So then can she move forward with the application without our letter?
Yeah, you can move forward, right?
I do like the idea of coming in and having these discussions. But if you prefer that, then I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I can tell you, like, super high level, what I absolutely would support for an application to CPC. I'm probably in the minority here, but like, I would absolutely support a project scope that included repairing or rebuilding or doing whatever with the drainage facility that's causing the big puddling that we saw in the picture. I think that's a priority. And resurfacing and repainting the parking lot. As far as the narrowing of the situation with the private property owner, I mean, there's like 110 ways to solve that problem that don't cost a lot of money. I mean, from as simple as putting concrete parking barriers there, so people know you gotta go around them, and then you can put a parking sign on it. And they can do that if they want to use that for parking. So I would support somewhere in the neighborhood of, I don't understand public work costs more than it should, 100,000 plus, not to exceed 200,000 for the purposes of fixing the drainage situation and fixing the safety situations of the asphalt there around the park itself as it exists. So if I'm understood correctly, those would be improvements for the park and therefore could potentially come out of rec version of CPA money. I would absolutely support an application like that. I'm not ready to support the 800-ish on this application. for the
I
reason
think
said.
the application is going to line out in some level of detail how the $800,000 is going to be spent. So it might make sense to allow Lori to have Lori submit the application to the CPC for the project at the $800,000 level. And at some point along the way, that application can be reviewed and you can make a further decision as to if you support it or don't support it, or to what level you might support
Okay.
part of it.
I don't think we have the right to tell Lori not to submit the application. This was asking for a letter of support, right?
Yep.
Yep. So for me, I agree with Mike. As goes for West Main, goes Blake.
Okay.
And I'd like to see more of our plan for West Main. I don't assume that the developer is going to help us fix up Lake Street at all. That's not what I think, but I think it's important to get clarification on what kind of parking needs they will need. And that's critical here for me. So, we should vote on a letter of support or not. Is there a motion?
My concern, if she could just go without our letter, will that give it more? Because I understand what you're saying, that it could be, and I don't know what the right wording is.
It's tipping the scale?
Yes.
Finger on the scale?
Maybe she just takes it forward and does what she's going to do with the CPA application, and we don't chime in on it. Is that an option? Or
Well, the letter that's drafted for us is.
No, I read that.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you don't want to vote one way or the other, I'm fine with that.
Is that what you're thinking?
I don't know if I'm thinking that.
Who else would support, even if you would support the full amount of the letter, do we have like at least 3 of us that would support what I just said? A smaller scope to include addressing the safety issues and the drainage issue? We don't have a design that specifically says that, and I understand.
I don't know how competitive that application is going to be, because they don't typically finance parking lot projects, so.
This is to make the park safer.
If that was the only project, I wouldn't go forward with it.
I don't like
Because
that,
there's
yeah.
no parks improvement, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
And that's the stipulation, it has to be for open space.
I mean, the water that's currently flooding is flooding onto the park.
There you go.
And we could beautify the park still. I mean, you could, I mean, it's a night, without maybe doing the grand scale, you could still beautify it.
And it was said earlier, parking lots abutting a park are part of recreation. This is a parking spot that when it's raining, as it was today, and as we saw in the picture, it's a hazard, I think, as was described, at a minimum. So I think that's a hazard that we should address. And I think that if we can be smart and creative and say that is an improvement to a park because it lets you park at the park and the park's not gonna get floodwater on it, a drainage for water on the park, I don't know how that wouldn't be open space compatible, but if you needed to plant a bush or two, I guess, sure. I'm just saying, I'm in the range of 1 to 200,000 to address safety issues relating to the park.
Well, but that's not
I know that's not
Lori's
before us,
application.
I'm just
Right,
telling
right,
you
right.
that's what
That
I
would
would
be-
absolutely support.
Yeah, that would be an argument in front of CPC. Did you want to say something?
Well, I guess one question, right, so the CPC deadline is the 1st, so it would be,
But that is a little bit,
I think we could go through this over and over with how each of us would like to see it. And there's going to be a public hearing process where things can be whittled and changed or kept the way they are. We just have to decide if we're going to write a letter to support it, if it's going to move forward the way it is, or if we're not going to support it. But we can't change it. We really have to focus on what's present there right now.
okay. Anything else?
yeah, no, I guess, so if it's, right, there's no line item veto, right? So
I
it's
don't think
just,
so.
it is what it is. Again, it's the improvements near 4 West Main that I'm not sold on, that we should, frankly, I don't think we should be spending even CPA money on improvements on a building where we don't know what the use will be. We don't know how many parking spots they will need. We don't know what type of aesthetics or type of benches or what may complement the type of retail or restaurant or whatever space that goes in there. So I can't unfortunately support the full scope for me because of that. I'm just hung up on it.
Yeah.
I would be honestly fine with War Memorial. I think that is separate enough that it would be outside the scope of a 4 West Main RFP. It would still be an improvement and would still be use of CPA funds as they're intended.
Okay, but no line item veto.
Right, exactly. I'm just explaining sort of where I'm coming from, which I know isn't probably acceptable to some in the room, but that's where I am.
I'm there too. And you feel, okay, so let's just make the motion and have a vote. Let's see, whose motion is it?
Mike?
Mike's?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not going to vote for it, I probably shouldn't make the motion.
I'll make the motion then.
Yeah.
I move that the board vote to authorize the chair to sign a letter of support for the fiscal year 27 Community Preservation Act CP application for parking lot, and drainage improvements on Blake Street.
Is there a second? No second? I'm sorry.
So, does that just mean we don't have a letter?
Well, we don't have a letter, that's
Okay.
it. It's just a letter. Doesn't mean it won't go before town meeting. Okay, so, next on the agenda is, we're
excuse
going to
me.
skip to number 10. Lori, don't go anywhere because I think you are doing conservation restriction.
Yes.
So let's, if everyone is agreement that we can skip to number 10?
Sounds great.
It's skipping to 11.
Oh, 11. I have two different.
Oh, geez.
Sorry, Scott.
Plus one.
Sorry.
Okay. So, would you like to tell us about this property that's being offered as a conservation area, right?
Sure. So 5 Barefoot Road. The property is now home to a group home that is going to serve children and adults with brain injuries. And there was an approval by the Conservation Commission for a stormwater management permit. And as part of that approval, they negotiated this conservation restriction. They were concerned that there may be an interest in building additional structures. There is a large amount of wetlands on this piece of land, and they wanted to ensure that there'd be no further construction on the particularly sensitive area of the land where the wetlands are located. So if you folks are okay with it, this vote would be to authorize the Conservation Commission to accept the conservation restriction.
Any questions, concerns? Okay, then that would be motion number 11. Mike, that would be?
Sorry.
If there's no discussion, we'll entertain a motion.
Sure. Madam Chair, I move that the board vote to authorize the Conservation Commission to accept the conservation restriction for 5 Barefoot Road granted by Accessible Housing for Children, Elders, and Disabled LLC to the town of Northborough, acting by and through its Conservation Commission pursuant to Mass General Law, Section 48C, and to authorize the chair to sign the conservation restriction on behalf of the board.
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Vote
Laura.
passed unanimously. Okay. All right, so now we are going to,
Is it fire station easement now?
Yes.
yeah,
Number 8.
8 on the new agenda.
Sorry.
Okay, all right. Okay, so this is for an easement on the property,
Not 70 West Main Street.
Opposite side of the road, right?
Yep.
opposite side of the road.
Yes, so we've been going through multiple different drainage plans.
Right.
Mr. Jones can tell you about it. This last plan that requires the easement is one that will not require us to tie into the Mass Dot drainage. Excuse me, my mind went away. This will be our own. It'll come out of the property, it'll go left, and it'll go across the street through the 70 West Main Street, which is the Dunkin' Donuts property, go across and dump out in the back where the brook is back there. So the advantages, there's several advantages to this. A couple of the other ones would have cost us to spend a whole lot more money because we would have to rebuild all of MassDOT's system. Another one would have actually shut down Dunkin' Donuts because we would have had to go right through their whole property. This one goes to the left, only affects those 2 parking spots. You know when they're coming through the drive-through there, the two parking spots?
Yeah.
So it only, and then we'll just repave them, so they'll be right back there. And then this will allow us to dump the water, the storm water out behind that.
And that's all wetlands back there or something?
Yeah, Scott could probably speak better to that about what's back there.
Yep, that's the Cold Harbor Brook, that's the headwaters for the dam that's right behind Pierce Street Fire Station right now. The Mass DOT's requirement, anytime you want to tie your drainage into their system, is you need to analyze their system to confirm it meets the current design standards, and it doesn't. It was designed like, in the 80s. Precipitation has changed drastically since then. So it's kind of one of their ways to get others to improve their failing infrastructure. So we were able to find a way, the designers were able to find a way to get the drainage across DOT without touching DOT's drains. It's, right across the street, it's all wetland. There's a vacant house to the left or to the west of Dunkin' Donuts, you'll see, there's some hay bales that have been put up there for a project they're doing. There's an existing discharge there from DOT. Ours will just be further back and separate from theirs.
Does the water have to be clean to go into wetlands?
This is stormwater coming off the hill, comes down, goes into the, all the containments around the site, has the sunlight, so it has to actually see the sun, so some can evaporate, and whatever's left and doesn't drain into the ground goes across into the drainage.
Yeah, it's designed to remove 80% of the suspended solids. It's went through conservation.
Oh, it did?
And, yeah. It was an amended notice of intent filing from the original discharge. So, and the Conservation Commission approved it.
Okay. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Is Dunkin' Donuts okay with this easement? Are they?
Great question. We actually, Mr. Charpentier and I sat down with the two people that are responsible for that facility, had a long talk. They had some questions. They went back, checked with legal, sent us an email back and said, we're good.
Okay. Which part of, like, is it, so it's going to go behind the side of it to the back?
It'll go, if you're looking at Dunkin's,
Yeah.
it'll go to the west of it.
Okay.
So where those two parking spots are,
Yep.
where you would come through the drive-through, not that I ever go through Dunk's. but-
I do, quite a bit.
Okay. So it would be through those two parking spots and then out through the back.
And then would so if Dunkin' Donuts needs to do any updates, would this affect them in the future?
Nope.
Okay.
About how many feet under does it get buried, do you know, approximate?
It daylights, so it's shallow in the woods, but before it gets there, it's about 4.5 feet deep. The two parking spots there are the ones, like if you go through the drive-through and they don't have your stuff for you, or just pull over here, we'll run it out, that's what it is. So they're not often used.
And we will actually repair it. And part of the process will be, we would fix those back up to usable.
Do you have to dig up Route 20?
Yes.
Yeah.
We'd have to go out there anyway.
We have somebody for
No matter
that.
where we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if I could, my understanding is this, it's always been part of the plan that some amount of drainage had to be done based, in order to comply, based on the rules that I understand are in fact. It was always a plan that some of it would have to be going that direction. It was the question was always, how are we going to get there?
Right, is it gonna go, was it gonna go east, down, and then down Church Street? Was it gonna go straight across? There were other options, but this was actually the best one.
In the roughly 2,100 square foot, it's kind of like highly rectangular, narrow strip, right? And so I wanted to say, I appreciate you all for having those conversations with the property owner, and I think it says a lot for the town, and I hope the way that we treat our businesses in town, that they were willing to do this.
They were great to talk
with us, so thank you for being good negotiators for us on that. I think the question isn't, is it okay to have this drainage plan that ends up in the brook? That's always been, there isn't another way of handling the drainage, is what I have understood from many, many, many meetings, where obviously this has been designed since before we approved this at town meeting, that this would have to be the result. So, yeah, so that, as Mr. Charpentier said, I've been concerned about the same things about like, well, what's getting there? Is it gonna be clean? My understanding is yes, as clean as it can be, and it, as much as stormwater is never perfectly clean, and it ends up there anyway. A nice side effect of us remediating all of the soil there is a lot of the soil is going to be clean too. We'll know that because it's expensive as it is and as frustrating as that's been. At least we'll know what's there and have a little more confidence there. Is this after? So I know that part of the drainage goes into under parking lot vaults, or do you have a better word for them?
There's stormwater containment.
So this is the ultimate discharge.
Right,
So,
okay, this is the
so
far end.
Whatever doesn't soak in through that, because it's super high rain event, it gets above that, then it'll go into this direction. Is
yes,
that right?
we have stormwater quality, so we need to remove 80% of the suspended solids out of the first flush. That's a half an inch of rain. And then we have quantity, so we can't discharge more flow rate from the proposed site than the existing. Obviously, the proposed site has far more pavement, so you have underground storage structures. We also need to mimic how much water goes into the ground for infiltration from what's existing. So those detention structures also serve to introduce clean rainwater into the ground. And then whatever's left over after all that That goes out to the Cold Harbor Brook.
And the fancy spinny things that they're.
Yeah, the whirlwind, that's gonna cost a fortune.
Parts of the drainage thing that I have no idea what I'm talking about.
Except it goes round
It
and
goes
round.
round and round.
We have one at the dog park too now.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Thanks. So my only 2 cents, Madam Chair, is that, like, I think this is the best option of the options that were explored. I think we should be grateful to Dunkin' Donuts that they're willing to give us this easement over their land, and I would recommend it. I'm gonna support it, I'll just say.
Okay, Laura?
Is it going to cost, do we have to pay Dunkin' Donuts for this?
No.
And does this need to go to town meeting for the easement?
No.
Okay,
Just us.
just us.
Two great questions.
Nope, that was all my questions. Shall I make a
No,
motion?
I think it's funny that in the long run, there is now a tunnel from the fire station to Dunkin' Donuts.
I'm not saying what we're running in there, there may be another pipe in there, I don't know. No.
Shall I make a motion?
Yes, that'd be lovely.
Madam Chair, I move that the board vote to accept a permanent easement over a 2,077 square foot portion of 70 West Main Street, map 63, lot 56, as shown on a plan prepared by Chappelle Engineering Associates dated September 4th, 2025, for municipal purposes as described in the legal description on file.
Second.
Motion made by Laura,
Sorry.
seconded
That
by.
was so fast.
Oh, sorry.
Seconded by Mike. Any more discussion? Oh, we have public comment.
Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. Will there be any effect to the property to the west of Dunkin' Donuts? I know that when they were bringing it for the design, that they had to keep everything up front. They had to keep the driveway and the parking in a small section. And I believe it's the White House next to it, if I'm not mistaken, that has not been,
Purchased?
yeah, it's up for repurchase. So how does that, if there's extra water, which you say will kind of blend into that area, can that affect that piece of land? Because as they designed it, they weren't thinking that there might be any water that comes in.
The discharge does not go toward the abutting property to the west. The pipe alignment is about 75 feet from the property line, so it's 75 feet into Dunkin' Donuts, and the discharge is far behind the developable portion, the upland portion of either parcel. So it's well within the buffer in the riverfront area. So there's 2 types of protections around a river. There's riverfront 100 feet and riverfront 200. 100, you don't do anything. 200, just be careful what you do. This is within that 100 feet, so nobody was going to build out here anyway, ever.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
I just want to be
thank
sure.
you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table, and it was seconded. All those in favor of accepting the easement? Hands up. It was a unanimous vote.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you all, have a good night.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Chief. Thanks, Scott.
Okay.
I let her know that I'll be on the stupid screen. Sorry, I gotta catch a flight in the morning.
Okay, so next we have an interesting topic, and that is the truck restriction on Whitney Street.
Yes, Madam Chair. So there's 2 agenda items that are closely related, 9 and 10, or maybe 8 and 9 on another agenda. So we'll just kind of discuss them together and
Okay.
figure out what I think the best approach is, because they came up in different timeframes. So in 2018, so the railroad bridge, Whitney Street Bridge over CSX, is owned by Mass DOT. It's a town road, but it's a Mass DOT bridge. Not all bridges in town are Mass DOT. We own some. We did the Otis Street Bridge a decade ago. That's a town bridge. They inspect all the bridges in town on a cyclical basis, depending on what the type of bridge is and the rating. This bridge was inspected in 2018. The beams were found to have exposed strands and rusting. So they restricted the weight limit on that bridge to 6 tons. We were able to receive, we meaning police, fire, and public works, were able to receive a waiver from Mass DOT to allow our heavy vehicles to go across the bridge at 5 miles an hour, straddling the center line.
Municipal vehicles.
Municipal vehicles, yep. So the weight restriction was put in. Since then, they did another inspection earlier this year, and they found the strands to be broken. So these are pre-stressed concrete box beams. So that process is you take a form and you take a bunch of cables and you stretch them, and then you pour concrete in that form and let it cure. And when it's done, you let go of the stretching, and these things are already under stress in there. So that's the meat and potatoes of the bridge beam on the bottom. That holds the beam together. So the bottom strands on several of the beams have broken. So they did a re-rating on those specific beams, they meaning the federal government, Federal Highway Administration, and determined the rating for those beams to be 0. So no weight bearing capacity whatsoever. Mass DOT lets us know that. They ask us, do you want us to, we don't know if we're going to be able to leave a lane open. We're soliciting the federal government, the Federal Highway Administration, to see if they'll let us. What's your preference? Do you want us to just close the bridge to make it easy on everybody so there's no questions? Do you want to have a single lane, possibly, bidirectional single lane, like, I don't know if anybody went on Lake Ave.
Lake Ave.
Yeah, by the hospital. Remember, they had that slope failure and they had the lights there for like years. Something like that. So that's what I wanted to have the select board discuss, and to provide some direction on what you'd like to see. Couple that with our traffic safety committee and recent discussions we had about barefoot. So the 6-ton weight limit gets put on in 2018. I don't think anything of it, I've seen some trucks go across and they should not be. I'm sure there's a farmer across the street, across the bridge that gets trucks all the time. I was leaving the senior center heading to Whitney Street. There was a large tractor trailer and I saw it turn right onto Whitney Street because it can't take a left because the sign says truck exclusion on Whitney Street it's from there, barefoot all the way to Church. So when he took a right, he then saw the 6-ton limit and he had to literally bang a U-ey at Maynard. And that's when I brought up the topic up to the Traffic Safety Committee about what, if anything, we can do to prevent tractor trailers going in that direction, ending up on Maynard, Newton, Babcock, or Coolidge, none of which are where you really want tractor trailers or cranes to be driving. We thought of a bunch of different things. What should we do? Do we put a sign at Solomon Pond end that says trucks no exit or something like that? Or, what do we do? Do we put signs across every single driveway and hope every truck understands to not take a, turn toward Whitney? I reached out to DOT, asked them for some suggestions, and one they had was the select board could suspend the truck exclusion on Whitney Street from Barefoot down to Church in one direction. So trucks on Barefoot that are stuck at that stop sign at Whitney could take a right to get out of the neighborhood and stay away from the bridge. I'm sorry, take a left, I'm sorry, thank you. Yeah, take a left to stay out of the Maynard Street side and just exit the area that way. So Traffic Safety Committee wasn't sure what to do with the.
We bounced it around for about 3 months.
Yeah.
Of meetings, trying to figure out, do we put a heavy vehicle exclusion on Barefoot, right? And therefore keep them from even going up Barefoot. We couldn't do that because the alternate route would send them through another town. So we would need Berlin's approval to be able to do that heavy vehicle exclusion. And nobody wants to approve trucks going through their town.
Can you just clarify, I'm sorry, what would the alternative route be?
So instead of going up Barefoot, if they came off of Solomon Pond, they would have to go the other way to get to those facilities like SA Farms and those areas down on the other side of the bridge by going around the Rotary.
How many trucks are going to SA Farms?
Well, again, we don't know. We haven't done a traffic study or anything like that, which would be part, again, that would have to be part of a heavy vehicle exclusion.
So all of these 18-wheelers that are going towards that location, okay, I'm sorry, I'll let you continue.
No, so if they come off of the highway and they don't take, if their GPS sends them down Hudson instead of down Solomon Pond, right, then they're going to end up on Barefoot in order to get to somewhere like SA Farms. I will tell you, I live between Barefoot and SA Farms, and I see at least 2 semis a day go down that road. Because once they get up to Barefoot, there's nothing they can do. They're either going to continue on their way and have to go over the bad bridge, or try to take a left where there's a heavy vehicle exclusion and take the risk of getting a ticket.
The challenging area, it really is. You've got the weight restriction on a bridge that may end up being closed to prevent trucks from going on it at all.
Well, it sounds like trucks and cars are at risk.
Well, if they can leave one lane open in the middle, passenger vehicles, they'll have a 3-ton limit, which means, well, an F-250 can't go over it. An F-150 can, but an F-250 can't. Putting a truck exclusion on Barefoot is complicated, and then you end up pushing traffic the other direction through the Rotary in Berlin to get to Forbes Road and all those businesses there.
Renewal, Genzyme, those guys?
Yep. They're gonna have to do that anyway, now that this bridge is out. But it won't because of us, you doing a truck exclusion. Another challenge with the truck exclusion on Barefoot is GPSs may send them down Hudson. And then they're on Allen Street, because they're not going underneath the aqueduct. So it's a tough little area there.
I just remember those, can I start commenting? Is it okay?
Yep, please.
I remember those discussions for that truck exclusion. Have the people that live on Whitney been notified that this is a possibility?
I haven't notified anybody.
Can I ask, as the newest, I guess, member here? When was the Whitney exclusion put in? What year? Do we know? Do we remember?
I'd have to look in the town code. It'll say
might-
in the code, it's the
Last
only,
decade or?
No, it's less than that.
oh, no, it's much longer than that.
More than that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm getting.
Yeah, I think you're thinking about Rice. Yeah, so it was a 5-ton, it's our only 5-ton truck exclusion.
I can look it up super fast right here while you guys continue the conversation.
On Whitney, what is the speed limit?
30?
It's 35 in that area, and then it drops to 30 after you get by Washburn.
Okay. Could you set a heavy vehicle reduced speed limit?
Would that help?
I think the
I know,
problem.
just
I
the
think
truck
that
going.
The point is that none of the residents want heavy vehicles on.
No,
their-
I get, but I mean, if there's a safety concern about a bridge that could, I mean, that, obviously, you're kind of picking, in a tough spot. I'm just wondering if the trucks were expected to go slower, if that would maybe alleviate some resident worry about having these large vehicles, that they're expected to go slower than just a normal passenger vehicle.
It's a pretty narrow area once you get into that 30-mile-an-hour zone. I have gone by a couple semis, going the other way, and it's pretty tight when you've got a semi coming at you, or even a dump truck coming at Whitney in that particular area.
I'm confused. So even if we do get rid of the exclusion on that part of Whitney, that's not going to help cars or trucks that are going to SA Farm, because SA is on the other side of the bridge.
So one of the things that I want to say is that when we did our vote, right, we didn't have the information that Scott just gave us. All we knew was there was a 6-ton limit on the bridge, and it was getting worse. We didn't know how worse until just now. So that's new information even from our vote.
And it was unanimous vote
It was a
even
unanimous
before the
vote
worst news.
After 3 months of deliberation, trying to figure out what our other options were.
At that time, it was still a 6-ton weight restriction. And then after that vote occurred, and I think it was like Wednesday of last week, because the agenda was posted on Thursday. So it was like Tuesday or Wednesday of last week, I got news from DOT, this is what's happening. So that's when we had this other item added to the agenda. Really doesn't change much of the disposition for the truck exclusion on Whitney Street, other than a more global concern that we're going to have an irresponsible truck driver and just have them, or a responsible truck driver, take the right because he can't take a left from Barefoot and then just try to creep across a bridge and have the bridge fail and somebody die.
Or try to go and make a U-turn down, Blackhawk and Coolidge and Stone in that area, which would be a nightmare for a semi.
Sorry.
Talked a lot.
2012 is the date I'm seeing on, here's the most recent amendment of 9-108-130, which is specifically references Whitney, so maybe does that sound about right?
3 years.
Can you tell me more about the options of adding some signage? I hate spending money, but I understand the urgency of the situation, given a bridge failing. Can you tell me more about the options of possibly putting more signage along Barefoot Road that says like, turn around, no, literally stop going this way, like, no, there's no way for you to get out here, you're trapped? You know?
I mean, we
All of those on a sign.
We could put signs across every single driveway opening along Barefoot Road that say, you know, all trucks must turn, whether it's left or right, depending on which side. We could certainly do that.
But the problem is where do they still turn around? Do
I
they
know.
turn around in the middle of Barefoot Road?
Yeah, go ahead.
Take a left.
Well, if I can just
Go
jump in,
that way.
because on this particular, seeing this on our agenda, I actually drove every relevant piece of street this morning, so I could visualize it all in my head, and I thought of those same things. I said, well, we can't, as a matter of official policy, say we'll use Iron Mountain's property. We can't say that. So I'm cognizant of a couple scenarios. Well, one, how did a commercial truck driver get into Barefoot Road in the first place? Well, there's easy answers. They were delivering to or from Iron Mountain or one of the other businesses that are absolutely we would expect to have a commercial vehicle going to or from. That's one. Or two, their GPS sent them thinking that the bridge was okay. But I was like, yeah, so obviously the ones that are already in those businesses will clearly, we could encourage them or pay for it ourselves or whatever, to have an exit sign that says, no, you can't go that way, you have to go that way. In which case, the turnaround isn't a problem for those drivers, because they already got there. They just need to know, to get out, you got to go back out that way. I'm kind of like, that sounds like a sensible solution. It doesn't solve all the problems, but I'm like, where do truck exclusions and bridges that are out communicate with the GPS systems that they're
know.
using? Because, yeah.
And the other problem is that what we find is that these truck drivers don't necessarily set the GPS for a truck. They just turn on Waze.
Right.
Right? So the Waze thinks it's a car, so it's
Yeah.
going to send them wherever a car can go.
Yeah.
And then they get stuck.
I'm cognizant of that. I'm also just cognizant of like, my 2 cents for today is like, I am nowhere comfortable on lifting a truck exclusion that's been there for 13 years on a road that the residents don't even know this is happening.
Yeah.
So like, I mean, could we eventually conceivably do this, in my opinion? Yeah, but if this DOT is saying, hey, Scott, this is a solution you should go seek, and you can say, I sought it, and it's not happening. That's from my perspective, as I cannot say lifting a 13-year-old truck exclusion on a very long residential street. Because I'm like, and especially because it doesn't solve the problem that
Yeah.
you're trying to solve. Like, solving the problem is tell your GPS you can't go this way, and you'll get where you're going faster. Because if the result is go down Whitney Street all the way to either Church Street that way, and then what? Go all the way back up to 290, it would have been way faster just to find a way to turn around. Or if you're going the other way, you're going to have to make the tight turn on Allen Street. There's just so many other bad scenarios that we're now inviting, in addition to 18-wheelers going in front of people's houses, which is like the one we're going to get a lot of flack
The
over.
problem is going to end up that, you know, I understand what you're saying, and these are the same things that we went through for 3 months, right? The problem is going to be is you're going to have that truck that's going to show up there, right? Are you willing to tell the police, no, if they make that left-hand turn, we want you to ticket them?
Yeah.
Rather than going over that bridge that could collapse while their truck is on it.
No, I say you should have followed the signs that said don't go this way.
Then it becomes a safety issue.
Then close the bridge. I mean, it
But
seems
even if they
like
close the bridge, they've got to go they got to take the left then.
if the bridge is closed, their Waze or their GPS isn't going to direct them that way. It's going to reroute it. There's going to be little marks on Waze that say that's not a passable route.
So, sorry.
No, I'm with Jacob. It's going to take probably several meetings for me to get my head around this, and definitely public outreach, but there's a lot of pedestrians on that street. And I'm sorry for the inconvenience on the other half. We definitely need a better solution, but I don't want to do something, that took a long time to happen. I don't want to be too quick on that. And I really I know that you guys spent a lot of time, and I feel like you were put in a situation where you're trying to find the best solution out of really tough solutions. And I appreciate all the thought and deliberation that went into it. And I hate to go against what you guys have done. So that's also weighed really heavily on me. Now knowing that bridge is that much worse, it's nerve-wracking, so.
I would like to, in the perfect world, I'd like to have the bridge closed. I just don't want to see somebody,
It's scary.
because the select board said, let's get one lane, let's keep one lane. And then some guy in tree company with their crane decides to roll across that bridge at 36 miles an hour and then dies. You close it, they're not gonna get across it.
Where is the bridge?
Right over on Whitney
the
Street
railroad
near
tracks.
Berlin.
railroad
Farm?
tracks. Sorry.
Easy.
Oh, sorry.
How do you not know?
You know where,
Oh my God.
you know where SA Farm is? Steris, where?
Yep.
That bridge right there.
Over the railroad.
We just bought 432
Okay.
Whitney.
Yep. Okay, cool. I'm
Yeah, we
on
can't
Google
get to
Maps,
it.
just kind
They
of.
can't get to it, right?
There's like
Now you gotta
track
take the walk.
service roads on either side.
And again, I just, I
So-
don't,
What would happen if you close it? How,
Yeah.
Well,
We gotta wait for the state to fix it.
Yeah, you'd have the truck exclusion on Whitney Street still, so any tractor trailer that goes down barefoot and ends up there will take a right, because they'll have to, and then they'll hopefully not take Maynard, because that'd be terrible. Sorry, Bill, they'll probably go to Babcock and then down Stone and come back up Coolidge and turn
To
around.
go through the residential areas that now don't see any truck traffic. Now we're sending the trucks that way.
And if they went Maynard, they'd end up on Howard and not outside of the two, that'd be a nightmare.
so they've been going over the bridge?
Yeah.
I've seen several of them do that, yeah.
Have we have any data?
On what?
traffic count or anything like that?
Yeah, like, I mean, put those strips down that how many trucks go a day or something?
Nope, never did any counts out there.
Just
I
my
don't-
visual
Well, they probably,
knowledge.
yeah, I've seen a few.
They see
Wouldn't
the
that-
Sam all the day.
I'm with you on this. That'd be a helpful piece of information. I mean, how many people really do go through Babcock to turn around? It's,
Oh, you
once a
mean
week,
on
is it-
Stone and Babcock? How many trucks?
Yeah,
Well, those are, I think that's a closed community, right?
Yeah.
Those roads don't go anywhere.
right, but you're saying that the trucks use that neighborhood
They would be.
They would have to.
They would have to now. So the
if we
select
close
board.
the bridge.
No, the bridge, no matter what happens on the bridge, the trucks can't go over the bridge anymore. Right?
Right.
So if we do not temporarily remove the restriction to make that left-hand turn, they're gonna come up to Barefoot, and they're gonna have to take a right, because legally they can't make a left. Now they can't go over the bridge, so they have to turn around somewhere. The only place to turn around is to go down Babcock, down Stone, come back up Coolidge, and then head back down Whitney, so that they can go back down Barefoot.
Okay, and that's considering that they're law-abiding,
No, they're just not gonna be able to go over that
if the bridge is closed. Okay,
Right.
all right, you had a question.
Yeah, so, I'm sorry, remind me, whose jurisdiction is the bridge under?
The state.
The state. If the bridge is completely closed, does that speed the state up to do something on it, or that doesn't matter? They
It's
don't
not,
care.
it's not likely a high
Not
priority.
likely. So whether it's a one lane open or a complete closure, that does not speed up the state in its work. Okay.
So where are we on a list to?
Oh,
We asked that question
Quite a list.
too.
I wouldn't even venture to guess
So
how far
on-
down the list we are.
On top of that, so
So they're coming.
it's tough. Like, I understand there's a vehicle exclusion for a reason, but there's a pretty high safety risk on the other side of that bridge. Is there a notice period where even if we were to vote a temporary, which it would be, because eventually the bridge is fixed and the exclusion is put back on, a temporary suspension of the exclusion, would there be a time frame by which residents could be notified of that before it went into effect?
Yes.
How long would that be? Would we be in control of that?
I mean, we haven't received the final report from Mass DOT yet. They sent us a draft of what the official bridge rating, new bridge rating will be, and the expectation is 3 tons. I don't know how long it's gonna take. I mean, they did the inspection in February, the report was in March, and I just got it last week. So that's
They said on 7 months
So
of a safety issue. That just blows up my mind.
not too, well, the state saw it, then they sent it to the feds, and then the feds are doing their thing now. So it's been a comedy of errors or whatever, comedic event, and them trying to get their things together.
So we would be in
It-
control.
it would have time. We would
Right,
have
so if
time.
we did vote in yes, because of a safety concern, we need to or temporarily remove the exclusion, but don't do it until this date to provide plenty of notice to residents.
Or on the other hand, we could, do a mailer and let them know that this is an agenda item, and you guys can discuss it
I
with
just
the
like
residents.
that, when they find this out, they're gonna say no.
Right, I mean,
Where
I
our
would,
hands
yeah, I
are
mean, I
good.
get it, they
But
live
at least
there,
they'll be
but
aware of the why.
to a certain extent, though, I mean, it's a safety concern, and not everything we do is gonna necessarily be popular, but it might be the right thing to do. And to me, this sounds like 5-0 out of the Traffic Safety Committee. I think they struggled with all this. You know, I get it, but I think the right thing to do is to address the safety concern, which is trucks gotta go left before they can go right off of Barefoot. Because if they go right, the bridge may collapse, the truck may go down, and the vehicles coming either side of that may also end up in whatever hole is created.
I just think, imagine going down.
As opposed to a truck, well,
The church, those.
yeah, it's not great, but to me, that's preferable to a bridge collapse, you know, which is a
You can get
possibility.
a pedestrian run over on those roads with trucks, like, I mean, there's.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was like, would a speed restriction on the truck be a possibility? Or, you know, if they were to go slower, you know, to try and control a little bit better or appease or help the residents, you know, believe me, I would rather keep, you know, the heavy vehicle exclusion.
But I think what we're wrestling with is like, that road's clearly not designed for trucks. And we're gonna start saying, hey, let's put all the trucks, and, I mean, I talked about the dog park boundary, it's like that. Like, you literally, like, if there's a truck and it's passing at the same time as, there's nowhere for the pedestrian. Like, it's a matter of luck, bad luck. So I don't know if Whitney Street's a viable solution for safety of, like, our residents.
Well, but keep in mind too, that area down near Stone doesn't have any sidewalks either.
No.
And, you know, I know we're concerned about the residents on Whitney, trust me, I'm one of them. But you're gonna make one set of residents mad at you either way. Either it's this side that's Whitney Street or it's this side that's Stone, right? Either way, one of those sets is going to be mad at the select board.
Correct, yeah. Either trucks are gonna go down Whitney Street where they haven't been for 13 years, or they're gonna drive through Pine Knoll, where they've, like, in all reality, never been. So that's a tough spot to be in. We can certainly help as best we can by signing, as Selectman Jones said, signing the driveways and letting everybody, you know, doing a mailer to the businesses, say, hey, tell everybody to leave on Solomon.
I do
To
like the
minimize
idea
the
of-
trucks.
And I'm happy to help and go knock on doors on Barefoot if it'll help. Because I really think we've got to take a couple other, I would love it if we could figure out a more creative way to solve this problem than by removing that truck exclusion. If it comes down to it, I want to make sure that we've exhausted every other alternative to help it. And I know that you guys wrestled with all of this on the Traffic Safety Committee as well. So.
Scott, you said that your preference would be to close the bridge.
Correct.
In that case, well, my mind is a mess right now. I can't picture how the streets all come together. If you close the bridge, will there be more trucks going down Whitney?
No, the volume of traffic won't change. If we would have just simply closed the bridge, or request DOT to close the bridge and then walk away with no other action, trucks would likely still make that right onto Whitney Street, but then be forced to turn on Maynard or up in Pine Knoll.
And you're talking about the trucks coming from Barefoot?
Yes.
Okay, but they could go the other way and go to Solomon Pond?
Yes, and you know, my suggestion, the idea of having a lot of signs across from every driveway and exit would be helpful, because the last thing I want to see is more trucks than warranted on Whitney Street and/or on Pine Knoll.
So if I'm a truck driver and I go all the way to the end of Barefoot and I'm at Whitney, and it says no left, 5 tons, can't go left, and it says to the right, bridge closed, can't go, I'm sitting there, what do I do?
But that's a much wider,
Exactly.
wider street for
And
turning.
if you go up there, if you look at Iron Mountain, right, they've reconfigured their driveway to not allow trucks to turn around, because that's exactly what's happened. Those trucks will get there and they'll turn around and use Iron Mountain. So they've actually reconfigured their driveway to not allow that anymore.
So we could do an all all above approach, which is additional signage, turn around, you know, you close the bridge, you can't go right, but you remove the exclusion for the truck that does end up down there. It could safely traverse.
Could we, I don't know if the topography would let us do this, but could we just mow down, gravel up a little turnaround on the senior center property there that we have? It's our
There's-
property.
Yeah, there's drainage infrastructure.
I mean, I know it wouldn't be
both
as simple as I
sides.
just said,
Yeah,
but
yeah. I mean, the closest you could get, I mean, the turning radius on a WB50 is monstrous.
Looking at it
And the
and-
problem is they're not gonna realize they need to turn around until they need to turn around, and then they're at the end of the road.
I mean, unless it's the fifth sign they've seen, no, you really need to turn around now.
And if the bridge is closed.
Here you go, and here's your last place to do it.
If they're using their GPSs and the bridge is closed.
And so, if I may, like, part of my concern is when you open up the exclusion, I think you're inviting more truck traffic to go down barefoot and go that way that aren't currently going that way. Because maybe their destination isn't up that direction. I'm pointing on my map that you guys aren't seeing, but like up toward SA Farms or whatever, up in that way, or the other businesses, you know, that we mentioned before. Let's say that their destination is somewhere that it would have been faster to go through Whitney. That's that's currently not an option. So it's sending them down 290, it's sending them somewhere else. But now we open up Whitney and they're like, oh, gee, I can get there through Whitney. Sweet. Now I go on barefoot. I wasn't even going there before. And now I go on barefoot. Now I go down Whitney. And now we just invited a truck on Whitney that the bridge wasn't the problem for that truck. I mean, and I'm hearing Mr. Tejan that, like, yeah, bridge collapse is a safety concern. 100% agree, but sending these 18-wheelers down Whitney is a safety concern. And it's about weighing safety concerns. And them having to turn around, and the other route, if they've already gone up Whitney Street and it's too late, point of no return, Coolidge, Stone, Babcock, that's a safety concern. They're all safety concerns. And it's hard for me to be able to weigh and say, well, which safety concern is the worst without much data other than us kind of speculating. But what I do think is that if you open up the Whitney Street exclusion, their maps are going to say, go on Whitney Street, when they weren't saying that before, and they weren't even coming down barefoot before.
Just a quick correction.
Hi.
Yeah.
That
Maybe I'm
would,
wrong.
that would be a local decision and something that Mass DOT does not weigh in on.
Okay.
So it would not be published any further than what this board chooses as far as the suspension.
Gotcha.
If it was canceled, that's a different story.
Okay, and by the way, like, the mention of temporary, like, I totally get it, and if I had any sense that temporary was 12 months or 18 months, I'd probably be like, guys, let's get the word out, tell them we're all biting the bullet here together, this bridge is gonna get fixed, and this problem's gonna go away, and I'd be like, yes, let's work together on a temporary. For me, I'm looking at this, and temporary's 10 years,
It's going to be several years.
and that's not temporary to me. So, I don't know, I mean, it's like, I don't know, get the residents of Stone Drive and the residents of Whitney Street to come here and tell me who we should favor more. I mean, I don't.
Well, we might have some residents who have been watching the
So-
meeting patiently.
So if the decisions were easy, they wouldn't be in front
I'm
of us.
just concerned,
So
and I've already
sometimes you
said
gotta do the
it,
hard
but
thing.
I'm also concerned that we're also inviting more traffic to go that way. Even though, okay, so the point that you just said says maybe not. If it's only temporary, it
It's only
doesn't
temporary,
get.
it's just us bagging over the sign, basically.
Right,
But,
and then
you know,
telling the police not to
GPS
issue.
GPS won't change.
Yes, I didn't mean to talk over you, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead, yeah.
Hi, Joan.
Hi.
But you have to please state your name and address.
Oh, I definitely will.
Okay.
Joan Frank, 420 Whitney Street, 3 houses up before the bridge. We have lived at our house since 1978, so over about 45 years. We were watching the meeting, thank you very much, very informative, didn't even put on Netflix, we just love you guys. So we happened to be watching the meeting that Scott was doing with the traffic and planning. So I said, gee, they got to have some history on this. When we moved in, that bridge that was over the train tracks was a wooden bridge. And my husband was just telling me now about there used to be, the road didn't even come up to the wooden bridge. I mean, he'll probably talk and tell you about that. But when we were taking a walk one time on that wooden bridge, on the right-hand side was a green pipe. And that happened to be the gas line, that's how old, okay? It was on the top of that. And when we were taking a walk one time, we said, I think we smell gas. And then it would go away, and we didn't know if it was coming from, another place. And another week, we smelled the gas again. So I think we came to the town or the gas company. They said, there's a gas leak, and that pipe should not have been on that bridge. They closed the bridge down. Whitney Street got so quiet. So they closed the bridge down, and it took maybe 3 years to put the current bridge up, in which they did. And the trucks are numerous on that road. The speed is high for the trucks. Cars go fast down there. I've asked the police at different times to come into my driveway just to get the speed limit and to see what's happening. Currently, like in the summer, you hear it more when they go down towards like 432. There's a little dip in the road, so I can hear it droop. There goes the truck. It goes over the dip. Then it hits the bridge. So I could see from what Scott was saying on how that was built, is that there's a rubble on that bridge that is vibrating. So when Scott had mentioned about the weight limit and everything, I noticed that also, as a school committee member, we have school buses that are coming across that bridge. So I called the superintendent and said, I see that we have school buses that are coming empty, coming across that bridge. Our buses are housed in Hudson. So there's like maybe 1 or 2 that come across that. I saw one like at 1:40 in the afternoon. I let the superintendent know, because what I heard from Scott, we got to be prepared if that is going to be stopped for buses. And I asked my husband, who's a VP in transportation, so he knows the way to trucks, he knows the way to buses and everything. And when he told me the way to the bus, I got concerned. So we use that bridge in a lot to go to the Berlin post office. So I wanted to see where the signs were coming from Berlin and coming over, going towards Northborough. Where is the actual sign that says 6 tons? It's there, but it is as you approach the bridge. And of course, with anything else, you have some greenery covering it a little bit. So it's a yellow sign, but you really don't see it. So no matter what you do with that bridge, there's going to have to be better signage. Because if you come up, that truck, bus, cars are already making their slope coming up to that bridge. And then there's that sign on the right-hand side. They don't have any warning. Now, I know, as you were saying, Bill, about the cars turning around. No matter what signage they had when they closed the wooden bridge and put the current bridge in, trucks still and vehicles would come down. They would go down Whitney Street, then they'd have to beep, 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 beep. You hear them coming back. Yes, the bridge is gone. And then they would go down Coolidge and try to go around there. Or they would beep, beep, beep all the way back Whitney Street. So signage is very important. I think even, I was thinking, well, if they close the bridge, they're probably going to put it right by the top of Barefoot. Bridge is closed to your right. They're not going to believe you, because we have lived through it years ago, and so that's the history of the bridge. Number one, signage has to be there, and there are a lot of 18, 16?
There's a lot of heavy-duty trucks every day, I'm going to say 50 of them a day, that are well over 45 or 50,000 pounds going over that bridge. So I'm not surprised that bridge is, I'm surprised it's still standing, to be honest with you. I've gone to the police and said, you need to enforce this. And I've never seen a weight enforcement group there at all, okay? So and they're high speed. I mean, these trucks come by our house, I'd say 45, at least 45 miles an hour. And they, as Joan said, when they hit that dip, they come up. Then when they come up, it's like a trampoline. They hit that bridge, okay? Because they're up and they're coming down. So the bridge is obviously defective. Probably wasn't built properly in the first place. The other point I wanted to make is that.
Would you mind coming to the mic? Not for us, but for the people listening, they wouldn't be able to hear you.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Sorry.
I'm a Robert Frank, wife of Joan Frank, 420 Whitney Street. I have a background in transportation. Now, if trucks want to go on Whitney Street to the left, The problem is that trucks now are 53 footers. Years ago, they used to be 42 footers. So they can get down Whitney Street until they get to the end. And to make a turn on either right or left with a 53 footer is almost impossible. I mean, onto Church Street, either direction. They would end up taking out poles, they would end up doing something, but they would be stuck. And it's bad enough on that intersection at night with traffic. You get a tractor trailer that gets down there, he would have a heck of a time making that turn and would clog up the streets, our street, Whitney Street, for a long time, and the traffic would have no place to go. Most of the traffic that goes on Barefoot is for the businesses that are on Barefoot. And so if they go into any of those businesses, they could make a right out of the business and go back onto 290, okay? That's how they came. On Whitney Street, on the other hand, there is a lot of businesses along there, not just SA Farms. You know, you've got a building materials supply company that's there. You've got the company that takes care of drugs that are there. They all come off 495. They come up through the Rotary. They take care of their stuff and then they leave. It's mostly the tractor trailers that are trying to scoot around, okay, which is a lot of them, that are going to be really impacted by this bridge. So that's my 2 cents worth. But so going down the old Whitney Street where the exclusion is sounds great until they get to the end, and they're going to be stuck, you know. So I think excluding Barefoot to truck or stopping it like a dead end for trucks would be the smartest thing. Just have them turn around because they're going to get stuck either way they go.
Do you have an opinion on closing the bridge?
What's that?
Do you have an opinion on closing the bridge temporarily?
My opinion is they should just close it, because having a stoplight there for the residents would be a really irritating thing. If you're across the street and have red lights and green lights going on all the time, and someone wouldn't see it, or someone doesn't follow it and has an accident on top of the bridge, you know, that's going to be as big of a mess, because they used to have it. I remember I remember seeing that in another town, and it was there for years, and it was really trucks and cars have to idle in to wait for the red to go to green,
And it's scary.
and it's irritating. I would just say close the bridge at this point until they replace it and be done with it, because it's going to be a compromise either way.
Yeah, and if it's closed, the GPSs aren't going to guide people that way.
Right.
At all.
Oh, and I want to echo some of his sentiments. The intersection at Church and Whitney, in the morning when things are backed up.
Oh, gosh.
From Route
School
20,
traffic, work
going
traffic.
past, it goes right past that intersection. It would have a similar effect that we were talking about with Summer Street, and trucks trying to take that turn in the middle of town when it's heavy traffic situations. During the midday, if that light's not backed up, the tractor trailer is gonna swing across the double yellow. He's gonna do his thing. They're gonna be okay. It's that window in the morning when that traffic is backed up past the old fire station. That window is when you could get really boogered up in that intersection.
If you ever watch a 53-foot trailer truck driver trying to make a turn, he has got to go way across the road, and he's got to make a left or a right, way across. And he could go across on the grass of the property of the private house that's across there to get that 53-footer so it doesn't take out the garden that's in the center there, or the stop sign that's in the center there. So he would have to make a big, long swing to the left or to the right to get on to Church Street. And so that's a big job, and it's not designed for that kind of a truck.
I actually think closing the bridge and keeping the exclusion, if you think about it, the truck driver community is pretty efficient. Like, if there are folks that are driving regularly to some of these businesses and truck drivers communicate by CB, I think word will get out relatively quickly. You don't want to really mess around with that part of Northborough. It's messy. Now, there might be that's easier said on the first few weeks and how this rolls out, but I can imagine that it won't be a surprise to the truck driving community that you don't go there.
Except if you're from Iowa, and you are delivered material, you've never been here before.
Oh, that's real. Like, and some of that, like, the worst to me, Amazon are all independent contractors, and like, you can imagine if there was like that going on, but that's real. Like, there's gonna be, that's real, but the businesses will understand it, that they're delivering to in many of the cases. It doesn't completely solve it by any means, but I'm anticipating that the number of trucks is a lot lower than once this is established than what you're seeing in the natural course of how things work today.
Yep.
And besides, oh, so I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I agree. This is, the business is there, those are the easy ones. The deliver in, deliver out, those aren't a challenge. It's those one or two wayward truck drivers that maybe are from Iowa and don't understand where they're going, and they get to that light, or you get to that intersection, and they can't take a left or a right. If the bridge is closed, once GPS picks that up, and they have the truck exclusion to the left and then the bridge to the right, hopefully they're smart enough not to take a right in hopes that they can get across the bridge. But when they do, they end up in Pine Knoll.
I just think a 0 rating for a bridge, when you hear about bridge disasters, like, they happen quickly. It's not like there's advance notice. If it's 0, that can change really quickly.
And then that's all over the train track and
The news.
We just don't want anybody
Of
to get
course.
hurt.
And the select board said they wanted to keep it open.
Oh, I said closed.
I mean, you'll give a lot of quiet to our neighborhood, that's for sure. The only thing I would say is, like, I have notified the superintendent.
Oh, good. So
Okay.
no buses will be going over.
Well, no, there's still, I said, because we were waiting for this meeting to happen, and I expected Scott to get in touch. It isn't my realm to do that, but I just made him aware that that might be happening, and to make sure that no buses are coming across. At least there's no kids in those buses. It's just coming from Hudson. So there might be a bus maybe from Hudson that's going to Z School. So it's an easier way to do that than going all the way around, going to the high school.
But a commercial truck exclusion wouldn't exclude a bus from going down Barefoot Road to Z School.
But the 6 tons would.
Right. But what I'm saying is if the bridge is out,
Yes.
a bus could, the truck exclusion doesn't affect the bus who has to deliver people on the way, right?
Yeah, one of the exceptions to a heavy vehicle exclusion is if you have a delivery in that area. If you're
children.
going to that area, you're excluded from the
So it sounds like a bus could go down Barefoot Road and down Whitney without us lifting the truck exclusion.
as long as they
Yes.
had a reason.
They're going to.
Yeah, I think the buses that I see are empty buses. So they're going to their schools, or like around 3:30, 4 o'clock, I'll see like 2 or 3 coming down. They're empty. They're just going to Hudson to where they're housed overnight. And my only suggestion, just a suggestion, is that whatever you do, just make sure that where Barefoot intersects with Whitney, that there's good signage, because people are going to say, what bridge? A truck driver, what bridge? I don't know there's a bridge there. They don't realize that that's maybe a little bridge. But I think because when they did close that bridge, it was amazing the trucks that came down, because they didn't believe that it was closed. So I thank you for your time. Thank you very much. And I'm shocked that I thought this bridge was going to last forever.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lisa?
Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. I totally agree with what they're saying, and I think that signage is probably one of the most important things we can do. You can also create some rumble strips. You can create a larger, not just a sign, but actually one with a barrier that's got the stripes on it, and a larger sign on its way between Iron Mountain and up that little area, so they get a better idea. You could also find out from the DOT, I guess, how you could put a sign on 290 that says, because I've seen it in different other areas on 495.
Bridge out.
That'll say bridge out, that'll say truck restriction, that'll say take other route, so that there is a definite way to get that information out. Because if they know their route is going to be Whitney Street, then they have to know in advance, like Joan said, to stop and take an alternate. It's just like if we didn't have Allen Street, how could you get under Whitney with the bridge, right? So you're going to find a way, and if you do that in conjunction with notifying there's some GPS companies that you can notify to let them know this is out. And the ones that are really up to date, and you probably know that, will make a notation right at that exit and say, bridge out, or not passable. And so you can put it all together. So if you add those things, a rumble strip, the streets, the signs that say take a right or left when you're on Barefoot, and you can also say, because bridge out, and just keep doing that, it's a lot better than trying to put them down Whitney all the way down to Church. Because that alone, there's no sidewalks. You get a bottleneck, and people walk their dogs and walk without those sidewalks, and they have children. So it's just as much a safety issue for Whitney to the left as it is to the east.
Okay, so Laura.
Can we get a press release out, like ASAP, letting people know that this is going to happen?
Okay, so first I think we have to vote.
Okay.
What I'm hearing
I think
is.
that would actually be up to Mass DOT as
But-
to when they're going to actually close it, because they have to wait for that final report to come first.
What we're telling is Scott's going to tell our vote to Mass DOT, who's in the process of reviewing, right?
Okay.
Right.
That sounds good.
To close the bridge. And we want as much signage, as big as possible, anywhere possible, right?
Like, I'm thinking Roadrunner Coyote, like, sorry. I'm like, bridge out, no, really.
They'll send us their traffic management plans before they're implemented, which includes signage. I have to run that past the two chiefs and the school superintendent, obviously, because bus routes would be affected. Response times would be affected. We reviewed the response time previously when they dropped down to 6 tons, and that's how we convinced them to let us have a municipal exemption to go across the bridge. So I convey the vote that you prefer to have the bridge closed to them. The report and bridge rating gets finalized. Then they send us the traffic management plan on where they're going to put signs, and at that point, we mark it up with all the signs we want.
I'm so sorry. I have one more question.
Of course.
What if police, fire, emergency vehicles need to get over there?
They have to go around.
Okay, is that?
They're going to have to go around
They
anyway.
don't have a choice.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
They're not going to risk crashing the bridge.
yeah,
Okay.
I literally don't have a truck to plow it.
Okay, sounds good.
I'd have to go buy one.
Nope, that's okay. Sorry.
I don't want that.
I came into this meeting thinking there's no way I'll support closing the bridge. I've listened very carefully to here, and I don't think we have a choice other
Yep.
than
Yeah.
to close the bridge. So
I'm with you.
I think I would recommend, just my 2 cents, that we do that vote
Do we need
first,
to take a
and then
vote?
figure out what to do on the other one.
John.
Okay, so
Yeah, on
does
this-
anyone want to make a motion to authorize the DPW director to, with Mass DOT, close the bridge and add as much signage as reasonably possible to warn trucks of the bridge closure? So moved. Is there a second?
I think we all seconded it.
Yeah, Laura got it.
Okay. All right, give it to anybody, Diane. All right, all in favor? Let's do a roll call on this, so it's, Jacob,
Yes, aye.
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 and I vote aye. You
Thank
okay
Madam
with
Chair.
this?
Thank you, Select Board members. The heavy commercial vehicle exclusion, that can wait, obviously. My thought would be that once DOT does their thing, so to speak, that'll have given us time to buy signs, put signs across the driveways and do a mailer up and down Barefoot to the
Yeah.
businesses. And sit tight. You know, if we end up with 20 tractor trailers driving around Pine Knoll, maybe we've got a
Revisit it.
problem.
And how long would it take DOT to respond with whether or not to close the bridge?
They'll reach out to the Federal Highway Administration right away and say the town would prefer to close the bridge.
All right, so there's no concern of like, right now, that bridge is open, trucks could go through it.
Well, I'm concerned, but there are a
through
lot
it
of truck
every day.
drivers that aren't when they see the 6
Well, I'm just wondering, like,
going.
isn't even, right, we have a bridge that is a safety issue and a heavy vehicle exclusion. If before they say, yeah, close it, is it worth removing the exclusion temporarily so that there is no concern? We get a bridge closed, we get signage, it could be just a vote to put it back, right?
I can reach out to them tomorrow, which I will, to inform them of the vote and ask them what's the time frame for closing the bridge. I'm pretty confident they would be willing to close it pretty quickly, considering it's got 0 load rating on 3 of the beams.
They have crews and temporary structures already bracing that bridge now, so.
Okay. So we're not talking like months for them to close the bridge?
I don't think so.
And is this the kind of thing that we would bring to our legislators when we meet with them to have them expedite repairing the bridge?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
I don't know, just given the hour, is it possible that we consider moving the building permit fees to our next meeting?
Is everyone,
Fine with that.
you're fine with that? John?
I'm sorry, Bob. I'm concerned given.
Oh.
Bob's going to kill us if we do that.
I know,
He's been
but
sitting
it's
through this.
10:30.
Wait, is there a lot of discussion
I
about
know.
this, or?
Bob's okay. But he's trying to get a permit.
There are a lot.
Give a thumbs up.
Actually, in second thought.
Thank you very much.
you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let's give it a couple minutes to see if there's a lot of discussion.
Okay.
Does anyone have questions about the proposed fees?
We did. Were they answered? I thought Jacob brought up a lot of good points.
I can't remember what they
A
were.
lot of it was like the difference between
I think it was,
commercial and residential. Why did some go up?
well, some of them were, like, I guess if I had one general comment, it was on some of them, and not all of them, but like just a couple of them, I noticed we had the average and then we were going above the average, and I
Yep.
didn't feel
Yeah.
super great about that.
Yeah.
And Bob's raised his
Okay.
hand if we can unmute him.
Hi, Bob. Can you unmute yourself and explain why, well, a lot
There we
of
go.
them are a little above.
Oh, there we go. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Thank you for indulging me and letting me remote in. Believe it or not, I'm fighting a dreadful head cold, so I'm going to try to make this short and sweet. The last meeting, you folks talked about the building fees. There were some questions that came to me, and I've got some answers prepared for you. Basically, what's happening is the fee renewals have never been structured in terms of a timeline. We have everything from 1988, 2004, and 2000. Okay, and my proposal would be to examine all of the fees about every 5 years. Okay, it's rather painstaking and it's very confusing because all the towns structure their fees differently. What I've tried to do with Northborough is get it simplified. One of the things is that I looked at 9 different towns in the area that are comparable to Northborough. And one of the questions is, why is the average 54 and I'm proposing 60? The 60 was chosen for a couple of reasons. The first reason is that if you look at the towns that have recently redone their schedule of fees, they are at 60 or higher, okay? What pulls that average down from 60 into the 54 range is a lot of the towns that haven't done a fee. So what I'm trying to do is keep up with what's going on with the current towns, okay, which puts us right at 60. The other thing is, if you look at all of our expenses, including the fees for our non-online permitting system, salaries, overhead costs, everything else, $60 an hour is, I believe, is a fair rate. What I did after that was I looked at specific jobs and judging from our experience with these jobs, whether it takes 1, 2, or 3 inspections. All right. Swimming pool, in-ground swimming pool is always a 3 inspection. Decks, believe it or not, are as simple as they look. We spend a huge amount of time redoing the plans to make sure the specifications are correct. And then we do have 3 inspections for that. Okay, so, at, $60 an hour out the door, if we have to go there 3 times and spend extra time on plan reviews, I feel, increasing that is fair. One of the things that was also looked at was commercial versus industrial, all right? We took the year 2024 because we have a whole calendar year on it. We don't have a full calendar year of 2025. There were, in 2024, 2,100 permits for residential work. There was only 320 for commercial work. Okay? So the difference, if we were to charge the new rate based on last year, and these are for one-time charges, not something that is the base rate, which is $10 per thousand of value. Okay, we would be looking at somewhere in the vicinity of $72,000 increase net to the town, which goes in, as you know, to free cash. Okay?
Bob, could you say the number you just said? It felt important, and I want to make sure I had the number right.
The number of permits or the number?
No, the dollar difference.
The dollar amount, it would be $71,650.
Thanks.
Now, again, that number is only on permits that are a one-shot deal, like a water heater or a roof or a window installation or something like that. We didn't have the time or the horsepower to actually go through all 2,100 and upscale them. But moving the base rate is where the most movement is going to happen. The rest of it is based on square footage pricing, which is a pretty fixed rate, depending on the size of the project. And let's see what else. Yeah, like I said, there's a 6 or 7-fold difference between commercial and residential. The residential and the commercial rate at $10 per thousand with a minimum of 60 is what I feel comfortable with. The 10 per thousand, some of the towns are 11, some are 12, some are 8. I'm reasonably comfortable at 10 per thousand with a minimum, excuse me. Gotta love any histamines. So we're looking at a timeline in terms of when we want to start this. I can start anytime. I was really hoping to start on July 1st, but it didn't work out for whatever reason. I know some people on the feedback I got from the first meeting talked about going on to, January 1st or, October 1st, whatever. I'm flexible with that. We are in the middle of annual inspections for the restaurants and common victualler licenses. If this passes during this process, I'm going to hold that price to the current price of $40. If you look at that particular line item, I'd like to propose to go to 100, simply because it's extraordinarily difficult for our admins to get these people to get the applications out and the letters out and get them to return their fee with their records that they need to submit. And then we go out and do the inspection, and it's a joint inspection with the fire and the police department, fire and the building department at the same time. So for that, I'm proposing 100. Now, these are all proposals. If you feel otherwise, I'm happy to take feedback. I don't know if you want to vote on it tonight or if you want to get me more feedback and I can come back to you next month. It's your call, but I'm happy to entertain questions.
Discussion.
So the main takeaway, I think, that answers my question is, the reason is because if you look at the folks who've modernized their fee structure, your proposal looks like theirs, but because the average takes theirs and the average of those who haven't modernized it in 30 years, that lowers the average. And so if you only took the average of people who've modernized it, we're right on it, would you say? Your proposal?
Yeah, right. Consider it a weighted average, if you will.
Yeah. Okay, so that answers the question I had.
Yeah.
I mean,
Any other discussion, concerns about accepting this new fee schedule?
No, I mean, I think Bob's explanation is sufficient. I'd like to, I would just also ask his recommendation of when it should start. Like, what would make sort of administrative sense, Bob? Would it be a January 1 or?
I think at this point, January 1, although we do have fiscal year, but I think January 1 would be appropriate. That is when, if there's a change to the code, it would be a minor change to the code, it typically would come out on January 1. It's also the beginning when our
our permit numbers run sequentially, and they start January 1st. So I think January 1 would be a good cut date.
Can I add one question or suggestion, or it seems to make sense to me that, and I like that idea, January 1, I would agree with that. It would seem to me that it would make sense, unless you tell us otherwise, for any open permit, that's hard because there's a lot of open permits that have been open for a long time, but ones that are actively being worked on right now, let's say that they have to do a final inspection on January 2, I'd like to say they can keep the fee structure of when they filed their permit. Would seem to make sense, but I want to know your take on that.
Yeah, any permit currently in existence or currently applied for,
Yeah.
okay, prior to January 1, I think it would be wise to keep it under the current schedule. Anything that comes into us for a new permit of any type after or on January 1 or after, that's when they would be, into the new fee schedule.
That makes total sense to me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same way with the building codes. When there's a building code change, there's a process by which, at what point can I work under the old code and what point can I work under the new code? And it goes by a set application date. Okay, so anything in existence currently stays. The other thing, if you folks approve it, what I would probably do is put up the new schedule in advance of the effective date and put it up on the building department website, just so that people would have some heads up, if you will.
My 2 cents, I'm ready to vote for it now and approve it. And I would say if we could, as soon as we can, get a link to the website that says, this is the link to the fees that are going to be applicable for applications starting January 1, just like what you said.
Yep, I like it.
Okay,
Madam Chair, can I make a motion?
you may.
I move that the board vote to adopt the updated building department fee schedule as presented, covering building, wiring, gas, and plumbing permits with fees to take effect on January 1st, 2026, and to authorize the building commissioner to administer and enforce the updated schedule in accordance with applicable state regulations and local bylaws.
Second.
Motion made by Laura, seconded by Jacob. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Jacob?
Yes.
John?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Bob, thank you so much for waiting.
For hanging out, Bob.
I hope you feel better.
Very much. I appreciate your time, and have a great night.
Yes, and thanks for all the work on this. All right,
problem.
see you around town.
Bye, Bob.
Okay.
Okay, so I am going to suggest that we skip over reports. Is anybody in disagreement with that? Does anyone have any urgent report? Okay, then, public comment. Lisa?
I'm so glad I missed you on the screen at 6:30. I was a member, and I was like, I'm not supposed to be on the board.
No, you,
I I was a participant, not a attendee. So I didn't,
Thought we were.
yeah, that's changed. That is correct.
that I'm supposed to be.
Yes,
Town
yes.
clerk,
And everything else?
Yeah.
because you're supposed to
As
be.
if you were in the room.
As if you were in the room.
Ah,
That's new from our new town clerk.
so I was just like.
Better experience.
That's not.
Yeah.
That's scary.
That's scary. Like I couldn't get my hand up. I didn't have a hand up. So there's no hand anywhere. And it said that you're muted. It just says you're muted. So it's not like, because you said, is there anybody else? And I'm like going, yeah.
We've got to fix that.
We'll have to-
Anyway,
Yeah,
what- okay.
we'll talk.
All right, so, I brought this up, and I think it's something to think about, because you talked about it at your last meeting, and I have some time involved in this. There was talk of signage on public fences. It started out with the dog park. And there's been questions about having signs up on the water park as well. And a personal, Lisa Maselli, 13 Church Street, Maple Street, wrong town. If this department needs revenue in order to maintain what it needs to do, and I feel I don't know how many other departments have that same issue. Are they the only ones that have that issue? Do you know?
Ally's come forward several times that there've been a lot of changes to the recreation budget, and they are looking for other avenues to keep themselves financially sound.
Okay, but are the
And
only...
independent.
Yes. Are they the only department that has to rely on themselves to make money to be able to keep
Supporting
the
themselves.
department supported?
I think they are.
I mean, fire has ambulance fees.
Mhm.
That would be the only big exception. Obviously, they're not
Yeah.
fully self-sustaining by any stretch.
Yeah.
Health Department has that huge grant.
The cable, I'm sorry, the net, what, I should know it.
Northborough Media Connection?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Building department, we just, that.
Yep.
But the building department is not, it's not self-funding, it's bringing money in, correct?
Right.
And I believe that's what the ambulance does as well. Because a long time ago, the police and the fire had their own money coming in. So when the police wrote a ticket, they got the money. When the fire did things, they got the money, and that was changed. So in all fairness to Ally and what she has to do, she should really be in a sense, in a sense, on our budget system. But that's certainly something to talk about later. The creation of looking for ways to make money and using signage on fences goes against a couple of bylaws that we've had in place for a long time. And looking at Assabet Park, already, we've had the Cultural Council pay for a beautiful mural by a woman from, a graduate from Mass Art in Boston that was just put up in July. And here is a piece that we want to look at and say, oh, isn't that lovely? And yet there's 5 different advertising signs right next to it. Different colors, different businesses and that sort of thing. To me, that's a fight on the feeling that you should have when you go to a park. You should be able to be there comfortable. The children that are playing in the water are not looking at the signs. There are 1 or 2 parents who might see it as they come in, but for a form of advertising, and that's what I made my living on, I don't think it's proper to do that in certain areas. And certainly, that and the dog park are 2 places for me that I find, I don't believe we should allow that. There are, and I'm not going to read the banner law, but I do know that right now, Northborough Recreation has a guide, unless they don't do it anymore. This is a really huge income-producing product that you can make. I think that might be something, I don't know what's being done, but I would suggest we do a little bit more with this. And back in 2010, when this was going on, there was an article in the Metro West Daily News, and there were two businesses that came forward to donate money for the park, to be able to have the park with water, and they didn't want to have a big banner sign on it. So when people want to be able to donate, there's no reason you can't do like you do at a highway, where there's a name that says, this part of the highway is adopted by such and such. In the case of the parks, you could do a small sign that says, this company has sponsored, all right? But keep them small and keep them in places that aren't just out right on those fences that everybody has to see when they drive by, or the people who are enjoying them put in. So at least they could be the sponsor, as opposed to, here's an advertising piece. Here's their phone number, here's what they do for business.
I think our last discussion was that we were going to clarify.
The bylaw is very
the law.
confusing.
Yeah, Steph was
Yeah.
going to clarify and then come back to the board.
Yeah.
I think our board is going to review that section and look at putting some clarifying language in it.
So that might help with this, but the sponsoring idea is a great idea.
Well, and some of it too is, it takes a long time to get a bylaw put through. And it says, number 1, a freestanding sign shall be permitted only when erected on the property which is advertised. So it's for the person who has the business. And no portion of the sign shall be located within the airspace above any other abutting property. So that's pretty important, because anybody could then start advertising for any business if they wanted to.
Can I
There-
jump? Would you concede your time to me if I could?
Yes, yes.
I think we should continue this discussion, maybe another agenda item. When I looked at the bylaw, my biggest concern is the definition of a banner sign, which is any sign that advertises a business other than the one that it's situated on.
Mm-hmm.
And then another provision says banner signs are always prohibited, no exceptions, no ifs, ands, or buts. So the question is, if it's a sign, and you look at the sign definition, if it can be seen from a public right-of-way, from a street or private street, then it's a sign. So, I mean, you can look at those. My understanding is those are banner signs. Our current bylaw doesn't allow them. It's a different policy question of should we change the bylaw to allow them or not. I think this commenter is saying don't. Others probably would say do, but as I said before, I'm very concerned with violating our own bylaws.
Yes.
I agree.
And I agree with that. And the other thing is temporary signs are only supposed to exist for 30 days or less. So we have a contract for 6 months. That's in clear violation. So I'm just saying, yes, it would be a great thing to bring up. I think you should get a general feeling on it, not just a few people, certainly not just my opinion. I'm just bringing forward the fact that I just think that this is something that if I'm working on a committee that's doing its best to try to change the appearance of what's happening, there's no way I can do that. If that was my charge and these bylaws are set aside because they're not important or we need to make more money, then you might as well close up the committee I'm on.
Well, also, I mean, we should, to Jacob's point, we don't want to violate the law. So we've got to have a robust discussion on that.
Design review.
By the way, if they were facing so they couldn't be seen from the street, in my estimation, they wouldn't be a sign. Just a simple throw that out there.
But they'd be a banner.
No, they wouldn't be a banner sign because they're not a sign. I mean,
I don't agree with that. I can tell you
It's
that.
getting late.
And I'll leave.
Over reports.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Okay. Any hands up or anything like that? I know you all want to get out of here. Okay. All right, so for future agenda items, we have discussion of the contamination costs. We have to discuss the role of liaisons and whether it's appropriate for financial planning committee to have liaisons to other committees, because right now their charge is very different than that, and the legality of some of the signs in town. Okay.
One question, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
On the discussion around the contaminated soil at the fire station. One thing I would like to avoid, and I'm not saying this is what they're trying to do, but our group, right, isn't really necessarily an investigative body, right? We're not like a congressional.
We 100% are.
Well, no, I mean, I think we should get facts and we can digest and discuss facts. So I think for agenda items like that, I think it's best that the town administrator do that fact finding, right? She's our town administrator. We pay her pretty well to run the town. I would like the facts of agenda items like that to come from like a trusted source. So I don't want it to sort of turn into an open meeting deposition or fact finding on the fly. I think we should have the facts all in front of us when we go into a discussion of that agenda.
Yeah, and to your point also, there might be extraneous funds for this contamination, so.
Yeah, no, I mean, if there's a way that we can go back and say, hey, this company A, B, or C, or XYZ missed something, or owes something, or can pay something, absolutely, let's get those facts. I just don't want it to sort of come across as maybe trying to come at individuals on different committees or different departments. Let's let the town administrator cultivate the facts and, just the facts, ma'am, and we'll, and we can digest it and figure it out from there. And then just other future agenda items, not necessarily a huge rush, but if we can get them out there. We talked about, and we voted on the license fees and things like that. At some point, we probably want to have a discussion about, trash collection and the cost and what
right.
that looks like. Probably even revisit, the leaf collection at the DPW and sort of have a holistic conversation about what expenses should or should not be passed on to our residents. So some level of discussion around that. And then, I don't know if this could be an agenda item or maybe just an update, but the school department was told to stay within a 3% budget. for the upcoming budget talks. I would like to know if all town departments were told to stay within that number.
You know.
I don't know if you know
I
offhand.
think, I don't know offhand, and I think we're still discussing that. We'll let
Okay,
that
yeah,
Jason-
because I personally, I would think if we're keeping our schools within 3%, then every department should probably be pretty close to that. And then on top of that, to have an agenda item discussion about, the overall budget when it's appropriate, to kind of see where department's coming in, what are they asking for, let's kind of be able to at least see that information. Even if it's not an agenda item, if we could at least also, just be provided it so we can just kind of see a little bit about what's going on. Not trying to micromanage, but just so that we're aware.
Right.
Got it.
Okay.
We have a rate setting meeting, I don't think you mentioned, but I think is in November, right?
I'm sorry?
Our tax rate setting meeting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looks like on the 17th.
Before I ask if you want a motion to adjourn, I just want to read 3.5 of our charter. The Board of Selectmen may make investigations, ... and for this purpose may subpoena witnesses, administer oaths, and take testimony, and require the production of evidence. And so
Right,
I'm not
but-
saying, I'm not saying that that's the intention to go that route, but I'm saying we don't even know if we should think about exercising that power unless we have a conversation first, which is the purpose of having a conversation.
Right, but I'm not saying we don't have the conversation, but I'm saying I want the facts to come from the town administrator. And I think the actual investigating and looking at information and bringing that forward should come from her. You guys don't have to agree with it, that's just what I
I
think.
do think a lot of stuff came through the town administrator through other avenues, though. It wasn't like she did this herself, she's collecting it, like, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, to me, I would be comfortable with materials and information and stuff that would come from the administrator.
There's two things. One is on budgets. I would like a consistent format. Like, I'd like to, one thing I saw, there was probably some what good looks like from when we went over the town budgets, and there was some probably not what good looks like town budgets when the 17 or so people presented. But I'd like, I'd like some historical headcount, call it, 3 or 4 year look back, and then where you are now and what your ask is if there's a headcount ask, so we can get a sense of how these departments kind of evolved. I'd like consistent fine budgets in a format that we're looking at, so when we look at them, we can orient to it pretty quick, ask the right questions, that sort of stuff. But I think that's really important anytime that you're looking to review a bunch of budgets. Sounds pretty basic, but I think we could probably.
Yeah, it would
Up
make
through.
things clearer.
Yeah.
You're right.
And then I do think we have to talk about what our goals are. I know we keep pushing it off
I think that's
because.
coming up. Isn't that, see that on the next
Okay,
agenda?
that's great then.
Yeah.
Hold on, I thought that was at the end of it.
Yeah, I think it's for the next meeting, isn't it?
That would be
I
great.
saw that somewhere.
Yes.
I think budgets and goals are timely where we are in the year.
Yeah. Oh, it has to be because that's how we do the administrator's evaluation, right?
Yes.
It's based on goals.
What's
some of
the
it.
timing? Because she was hired in November, but you did a mid-year one. So we can sort this out later.
Yeah,
It's not
I
burning on
think it
my-
would be spring-ish.
I think it's in April,
Yeah.
before the election.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
Just thanks, and thanks Diane for your role during.
You're welcome.
Always, but especially in the moment.
I got asked one question, I'm like, I don't know.
And do you have anything to say?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm good tonight.
Well,
Thank
I'm
you.
not hearing a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Second?
All those in favor?
Thank you.
Aye.
Unanimous vote,
Good
Diane.
night, thank you so much.
Good night. Safe travels tomorrow.
I'm so sorry. I'm like,
No, go, go, go.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy, top of the ninth. What's the score? 3-4.
I like, but love
Who's
to
on top,
travel.
Seattle?
Yeah.
Oh, the bad guys.
Have to have a beer. I'll
All
see you
right, well,
soon.
be safe.
Thank
All right,
you.
I'll see you. Thank you.
Great night, thank you so much. Thank you.